Ooh, oh, berries. Berries. What's that? Wait for some people to join. Try to join, baby boy. Uh-oh. Oh, that was close. You're always first. How's it going? I just got a few books I want to share with you guys too. So I'll do that. Check my painting today too to and see if it's dry. My painting might be dry enough to start onto the second layer, but if it's not, I'll leave it for another day. Okay. Oh yeah, and also I need to make this yogurt, this yogurt cheese or dry yogurt or whatever it's called, strained yogurt. Hi, how's it going? Hey, Ganchi. Hi, Eric. I'm making some of this yogurt cheese and some cream of wheat. And we're gonna look. I got myself a couple self-help books that I think would be a nice thing to share on my live stream. Little read aloud sesh. Okay. Be careful with this cheesecloth because I accidentally broke one of the little tabs off. Trying to get it off here. Oh, there we go. Boing. Okay, let's see. Ooh. Oh, that yogurt is so freaking hard. It's just like a piece of block of cheese, dude. Nice. Nice. Okay, I gotta get a plate or a bowl. Needs to be washed. A lot more came out than just that, too. I had to, yeah, but double strain it. One time without the compaction and one time with. What's up? Look at the yogurt or cheese. 1 second. Nice. Crème of wheat, one of my favorite things ever. Some vanilla. A little bit. And some pecans. Mm, we're gonna do walnuts this time. Hey, kiddo. You hungry? Oh my goodness, look how he's looking at me. You've been looking at me like that for a while now, baby. What? Why you so cute and so patient and so good, baby? Okay. Okay, let's get Chandler some food. You're still good. Yours. Big, big squirrel. What's yours? Mine's really quiet. Oh, that might be a little. So let's check and see how dry that is. I'm looking forward to looking through this book with y'all. Let's check out this yogurt cheese, yo. Apparently, it's something that's gone viral for whatever reason. It's probably been around for a while though. It's just like cheese, dude. Check that out. Exactly. Well, I just put my laundry into the machine, so I'm gonna actually add this to it. To the so be right back. Baby boy. Hey, let's check it. Look at this, guys. Yogurt cheese. Not pretty though. Look how perfect it is. Oh, look at this shit. It's perfect. Yogurt cheese. Hmm. Be so good with some honey. I'm gonna try some of that. One second. Here's cards. No black. Oh. Yes, you bring your blobbers. Sweet boy. Excuse me. Paris. What's up? Hi, 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 hi. Greetings from Poland. Nice. Good. Quite a few people from Poland here. Things you can make on your own: cheese, butter, baking soda, cream cheese, cornstarch, flour, graham crackers, and of course, cookies, chips, and cake. Make your own, folks. Yes, I've seen a few YouTube shorts, people making their own cheese, and I've been wanting to try cream cheese as well. It's not that difficult, actually. Just really, you just need milk, really. Milk and some other ingredients. I'm not remembering at the moment. Wait, oh, it'd be so good with some thawed out frozen sweetened strawberries. Strawberries. It's like a little milk. Wow. Check this out. One sec. Check it out. Check it out. One sec. Yep. Isn't that pretty? Sorry, I wish I had a better setup here. Yeah. It's just like goat's cheese or something, Feels just like, in fact, it tastes like goat's cheese almost. Not as goaty, of course. Well, actually, it is. Let me see. Yeah. Tastes like goat's cheese to me. Greek yogurt. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Put a little bit of drizzle some honey on top to make it pretty. Yes. You're so big. Such a big old boy. Look how pretty that is with the honey. Oh, yeah. A little honey on there, too. Okay. Now I'll cover that for whoever wants to have a slice. Oops. Damn it. Getting mad, getting glad my ass. It's cheap. Okay. Show two of them. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Are you a sweetheart? Are you precious? Put a little strawberry on top of that. Mm. Hello? Hello? I'm into truth. It's a texture thing. Yeah, it reminds me of goat's cheese or cheesecake. Inconsistency. It's nice. Glad I got that. Mm, it's good. You go potty, Shando. Okay, I'm gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're not gonna go out? No, you don't need to go out. It has a cheesecake consistency. I really like it actually. Mm, it's really good. Put a few of these berries in there too. Alright. Very pleasant. Yeah, it's done. Homemade stuff does hit the spot. I like cooking. I enjoy it. Especially if I'm cooking for someone else too. Yeah, if I'm I love cooking for other people because I love the look on their face when they try it, or I like to surprise them or make them smile or just impress them in general. But sorry, I got like wet nose. Um, but if I'm just making it for myself, then I tend to become a creature of habit, and I don't really care that as much. As long as I enjoy it, as long as it tastes good. Uh-uh. Looks like that broke. It's gonna scratch up our pants. Okay, I guess gotta be careful. Okay. Some, oh yeah, where's my, oh, I took that out of there. Do you have cutting rules? Hmm. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, they're gonna make more of that. Please hit the like and subscribe. Double tap the screen. Thank you. I'll go in my room and look at those books I just got. Talk about recovery. Mail. I need a bigger cup. Here we go. Ooh, baby. Okay. And give this another zap. Whip it. Whip it good. Oh. Otherwise, I had something on my thumb there. Here we go. Oh. Oopsie. Hi, pastry. How's it going? Yeah, it's been quiet. Get my business done, my provider and all that. Gotta check. Better check and see how much of my meds I have left because I gotta make sure I get there before the weekend. If I'm running out. It's Thursday, right? So I might have to go tomorrow. Just doing that every now and then. That means they bring a wheat. Now for some straw. Wait, no. Let's see. Lots and lots of seeds. Don't know about you, but I love hemp seeds. They're expensive though. I try to make them last. Prunes. Put some strawberries. Here, there. Some strawberry juice. Cut one of those strawberries in half. Or two. Okay. Now for some berries. It's the good stuff. Oh, yeah. Keep stirring. And prunes. You shall remove your shoes. And you shall remove your legs. Ankle body, kiddo. Gonna go out, kiddo. And count to 5. 1, 2, 3. Gonna go out, baby. 4. 5. No? Okay, I'm gonna close the door then. You're loopy. Stare at it. A little bit of honey. Oh, yes. One more thing. Guys, this is so good on this. Unsweetened shredded coconut. Oh, so good. This time I'm adding a lot because it's so good. I hope that Jimmy Kimmel gets fired, man. I've never liked him. He's always been cringe inducing to me. He's always been icky. He's always been just cringe as hell. Never liked him. And now I'm absolutely repulsed by him. And I hope that he gets fired. Let's hope and pray. These son of a bitch. Mhm. Isn't that pretty, guys? No. Okay. Actually, I want to put you guys in some here, actually, because you know what? No lighting in my room right now, except one little lamp. Just one moment. Okay, I have to reheat it again. So now we can look at it in a moment. What's up? Oh my goodness. Thank you very much, Dusty. I appreciate that. Thank you. Kimmel should be fired. Yeah, I know. He should have been fired years ago. He's not funny. He's disgusting. I mean, the way he's trying to gaslight everyone. Oh, it was just a joke and oh yeah, it was a joke about their age difference. Like, bro, fucking liar. Nasty boo boo bear looking jerk. Yeah, yeah, he's terrible. Words can't express. Hi, Julio. You could probably turn that into a good cheesecake very easily, or put that in some puff pastry. Oh yeah, that would be good. Need this the cream cheese or just milk, really. I love watching cooking videos. It's so relaxing. I always send them to my own messenger so that I don't lose it. But then I always forget to go back to it. Conan is cool, you know, as long as he doesn't get onto the Trump derangement syndrome train and start politicizing his talk show when in fact it's all supposed to be comedy, man. It's not supposed to be like this politically charged incentive. I mean, the way they talk about Melania is so nasty. I felt it was trendy for the late night host to hate Trump at some point. Yeah, but they're adding more fuel to the fire in terms of spreading all this hate, all this fear mongering, telling everybody that he's like Hitler and all this other bullshit, which isn't true. I mean, I I think that if someone actually, I think that they're partially responsible for the climate we live in right now, where people are now sort of desensitized and it's becoming more normalized to do these things, to be violent, to threaten people with violence. It's like, yeah, I'm 100% for freedom of speech, but that doesn't mean that you're free from people responding to that. That doesn't mean that you can't get fired. It means that you're safe by the law. Like Jimmy Kimmel's not going to get arrested for it, but he sure as hell can get fired legitimately. And there's a difference between freedom of speech and inciting violence. That's what caused Charlie Kirk's death. The psycho slander and lies from the far left. Oh, 6 a.m. here. Nice. I wish it was that early here right now. It's like 6 o'clock p.m. over here.
Does Larry have Trump derangement syndrome? Is that why you had to hide him, Gilroy? Because he has Trump derangement syndrome or something? I'm sorry, that's sad. It's funny how when certain groups or they think it's cool to do something or to think a certain way or to do act a certain way, people just jump right on board without even thinking twice, without even doing any research. It's cool to hate Trump. Oh, we gotta all hate Trump now. Just a bit, yeah. That's what I figured. It's cream of wheat with chia pudding, frozen thawed berries. I like the frozen berries. Strawberries, blueberries, blackberries. And it's got walnuts and it's got unsweetened coconut shredded coconut, and it's got hemp seeds. It's got some chopped prunes. It's sweetened with stevia, a little bit of honey drizzled on top. Yep. Yeah, people are insane in the membrane, I must say. I mean, this is just quick and delicious. If I'm cooking for someone else, I'd make something else probably. Coconut's really good in there, though. Hmm. Needs a little more heat. I'm really big into texture. That coconut makes it really nice too. I can deal with the Trump hate somewhat. It's the whole I don't want to watch you eat or hear your opinion thing that got me. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Dude, people eat while they live stream or while they do their make videos all the time. It doesn't have anything to do with the food. I like to show people my cooking, and I also like to sort of chit chat while I enjoy a meal. And I assume that maybe you guys can go to the kitchen and enjoy a meal too, almost like we're eating a meal together. I think that's kind of nice. That's what it should be, as opposed to people getting huge meals and just blah 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 blah. I try to be as polite about it as I can too. I don't like the sound of chewing, so I try not to be loud. What was I addicted to? I was a heroin addict for 6 years, and I've been clean for 3. Just keep going, just keep pushing, and don't listen to anyone who calls you a junkie ever. Because more often than not, those people have a socially accepted addiction themselves, or they have some issue and they're projecting to make themselves feel better than you. Very often, those people are sad losers themselves, so they shouldn't be talking. Oh dear, I'm sorry, Scott. No, I mean, I can't imagine. Why are you creepy, Check? The Democrats need smooth brained people who can be told what to do, who to hate, and what to regurgitate. Exactly. And that's why they wanted so many illegal immigrants in our country, because that'll increase their voter base. That'll make it so that all those people will vote for the Democrats. That's the only reason why they're shipping them in. They were shipping them into our country to take advantage of the polls. That's why they hate Americans, because we all saw what happened. The majority of America stood by Trump, and they can't stand that. Just because you're offended doesn't mean it's wrong. How can people be so fucking stupid to not see through that, to not realize that? It almost seems like, I mean, they're all hypocrites. They always say that, oh, we're the ones who do violence. We're the ones fear mongering. Oh, we're the well, so, and so many of them have said like we're one one issue voters or whatever. I forget how they phrased it exactly. I have one person in mind I'm thinking about. Um, and I'm just no, actually, they are. They are. I can list a multitude of reasons as for why I vote for Trump now, and why I admitted I was wrong, and why I lean conservative. But I mean, I feel like the only one of the very few reasons why someone votes Democrat is because my body, my choice. It's like, oh yeah. So I guess if I were conceived by R word, by the R word, if I were conceived by the R word, that would make me a useless human being that deserves to die, huh? No, I mean I'm sympathetic to. I mean, I'm a woman. God forbid that happens to me, but that does not mean a baby deserves to get terminated. I know people are going to disagree. A lot of people are going to disagree with that. But I've seen women joke around about abortion like it's no big thing. Like oh yeah, it's like a daycare, permanent daycare. Like I heard someone say that. Nasty. The way Lily Allen talked about it, like she was proud of it. I can't stand her. I used to like her when I was younger, and I just don't like her. It's one thing to have an opinion. It's another thing to celebrate abortion like it's the next best thing, and everybody should get on board. Disgusting. I think the only exception is when the mother's life is at risk, and it's either the baby or the mother. That was good. I'm gonna check and see how dry my painting is too. And actually, I wanted to show you these books I got. They were recommended. Sorry. They were recommended by some of my viewers here, and I just received them yesterday. Boy, oh God, I gotta organize, dude. Okay. Here we go. So I've got success, success through a positive mental attitude by Napoleon Hill and the power of positive thinking. I thought we might be able to, you know, I might be able to share that with you guys. Oh, and by the way, let me show you my new doll. I got a new doll. Hey, baby. I reward myself when I sell a painting, so isn't she pretty? Her hair does not look the way it did in the, online, but actually I like it better. I don't have any dolls of this sort of, what do you call that, auburn brown, sort of reddish brown. We had a dog with this fur color. Yeah, she's so pretty. Definitely my prettiest, I think. I mean, just look at those eyes. Let's see. Let me see. Show you her eyes. Aren't her eyes gorgeous? Beautiful. Nice proportions too. I like the size of these dolls. Hard to say which one I like more. I have a soft spot for my first one. It is hard to say though. I really like her face though. I like her eyes. Make yourself cozy, Shandel. Oh, gotta find placement on that shit. The power of positive thinking and success through a positive mental attitude. Let's see. Which one should I start with? Should we... why, don't I, why don't we read the introduction first? Or preface? Preface. Okay, why don't we read the preface of this book here? Success through a positive mental attitude. You hurt your toe. Hi, Heather. I hate it when that happens. I need to open my window. It's hot in here. Yo, when I'm able to afford my own place, I want to have a just a special little studio for making art and filming. I'd like to make stop motion animation pieces with my dolls. Wouldn't that be cool? Ooh, I don't think I ever showed you this Barbie I got recently. Maybe I did. Isn't she cute though? Look at her outfit. She's got a unicorn pig. She's so pretty, and I like her outfit. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I just love it. I just love it. I wish I had more room for stuff. But annoying. Ah, come on. Okay, okay, I got it. I got it. Ah, good. I just had to try it. Okay. Uh, there we go. That keeps it nice and compact. There we go. yeah. Dolls and figurines, especially big ones, can be a financial fortune because there's always somebody who wants to stuff. Yeah, I mean, especially the nostalgic ones, you know? The ones that are kind of like specialty, like collectors editions. I look out for those that are when they're a good deal because I assume that maybe in the next 10, 15, 20 years I might be able to sell it for like $1,000. Who knows? Who knows? But I also love dolls and collecting dolls. So I don't take those dolls out of the boxes, but those dolls are mine. Always sucks though when they send me a doll like that and the box is like torn up. That Barbie I just showed you, the box is not all that great. It's scratched up over the surface of it. It's a little ripped in the back. So unfortunately, I don't know if I can sell that one, even though I spend a lot of money on it. You know how much that's the most expensive Barbie I've ever bought in my life. $120. No joke. So I was very disappointed when the box came looking like it was used. It sucks, but I still really like the Barbie. Hey, it's my reward for selling a painting. If I sell a painting, I buy myself something nice. That's the rule. The rest goes to my savings. And paint materials, dude. I bought so many paint materials for this painting I'm working on. And paintings are expensive. I am a kid at heart. I am. And it's weird though because I'm also an old soul, or so I've been told. And I actually am. I'm like a kid and an old soul at the same time. It's kind of weird. I've had someone tell me that too, unprompted. Yeah, that's coffee. I chug my coffee. Hey, Vibe Solo. Welcome to the channel, man. I'm sorry that you relapsed, and just so you know, you're not a failure. You can get up and keep trying, keep going. I've relapsed too, man. Coffee's making me sweat. But yeah, I relapsed at least 3 times. Twice, twice when I actually no, once when I after accepting professional treatment and after everybody found out. I tried to recover on my own so many times. I just couldn't make it. I just couldn't do it. I needed help. I'd suggest to anyone who's really trying to recover and just feels lost and like the more you relapse, the more hopeless you're gonna feel. Like, oh, I just can't do it. I'm weak. No, you're not weak. Anybody in this situation needs help. I think that you need a good counselor. I had a good counselor and it really saved my life. It saved my ass. I mean, I don't like to tell people what they should do. I know we're all different. We all have different things that work for us. For some people, going to meetings helps, and for some people it doesn't. For some people it can actually even be triggering. So, find what works for you. Stay away from that environment for one thing. I know that would help anybody. Out of sight, out of mind. And I know it's not, yeah, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be like you're going to have that in your mind for a little while. You got to give yourself time to heal. Stay away from that stuff. Stay away from the environment where you got it. If it's killing you, you shouldn't do drugs. Yeah. Or if it's making your quality of life worse. Doesn't matter what drug it is if it's making your quality of life worse. Even if it's something as innocuous seemingly as weed. Some people it's a good thing, for some people it's not. Do what you know is right for you. I know for a fact. I stopped just smoking weed for a month, and I was live streaming and doing, just being very productive. And as soon as I picked it up again, like I'm not even motivated to get out of bed most days unless I have to. So I regret that. I regret picking that up again. I can't seem to resist waking and baking when it's right on my bedside table like that. I just can't seem to resist it. I try and try. I have a mind that does not shut up. Thank you very much, the talker. I appreciate that. My shirt all wrinkled up. It's just a t-shirt. It's not wrinkled. Well, a little bit, I guess. It's just a t-shirt. It's just a cotton t-shirt. I'm afraid to speak to a counselor because I don't want them to try to get me on pills. Oh, I hear you. Just flat out, I mean, I don't know, man. That's your decision. Just say no. Why don't you do some research into all your options? Find what you might be interested in, what works for you, and then bring those up to your counselor or your provider or whoever. That should be in your control. That should be your decision, no one else's. Yeah, I mean, no one's gonna make you take pills. But yeah, I mean, I'm very careful about my like what counselor I choose, or you can't always know firsthand like what it's gonna be like. But if it doesn't work out, try again. Try a different counselor. There are plenty of counselors in the sea. My counselor was amazing. I can't imagine where I'd be without him. Not only that, but he was also addicted to meth at one point in his life for a long time. And he's doing great now. Oh, thank you very much, Vibe Solo. I appreciate that. Thank God oh, God, oh, I'm so glad they let me resume that. I'm sweaty as hell. So glad they let me resume that, man. I accidentally tapped on the notification I received, and then my phone glitched. God, I hate it when I'm sweaty. Hate it. Hate it. I must have a little thing somewhere. Aha. Opening the window doesn't even help. Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel's such a little bitch. Little boo boo bear looking bitch. He deserves whatever karma comes to him. Instant karma's gonna get you. It's gonna knock you off your feet. Oh no, he's dropping everything. Sorry, I need a little. Jesus Christ. I need to clean my room. Or, no, that's not even what I need. I need better organizing tools here. Is that gonna work? Oh, nice. Nice. Cool. Yes. Sweaters. That that doll is creepy. The one behind me, you mean? This the one right here? It's hard to see. Seems like it would be hard for you to see. Oh, there you go. Now you can see it. Uh, yeah, I felt like that one was a ripoff because I got it for as a birthday present and it was expensive. And in the image, they have her with fangs. She doesn't look quite like she did in the photo. Learned my lesson. Maybe I should get a Bride of Chucky and hang her from the ceiling. I've collected dolls since I was a little kid, and my grandma collected dolls, so it's kind of a nostalgic thing. Oh, what was the book? I'm about to read the preface of Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. So why don't we do that? The preface. The great Danish philosopher and religious thinker Soren Kierkegaard once wrote, "It is the sign of a good book when the book reads you." Mm. You hold in your hand such a book, one that has not only become a classic in the self help field, but also has that rare ability to relate to your problems, sympathize with them, and then advise you on their solutions as a wise old friend would. Still, I must warn you, success through a positive mental attitude will do nothing for you. If you truly wish to change your life for the better and are willing to pay a price in time and thinking and effort to reach your goals, and if you're not kidding yourself, then you hold in your hands a diamond plucked from a beach of pebbles, a roadmap to a better future, a valuable blueprint that will enable you to completely restructure your future. I speak from experience. Many years ago, through my own stupidities and faults, I lost everything that was precious to me: my family, my home, and my job. Nearly penniless and with no guidance, I began to wander the country, searching for myself and for some answers that would make my life bearable. I spent much time in public libraries because they were free and warm. I read everything from Plato to Peele, seeking that one message that would explain to me where I had gone wrong and what I could do to salvage the remainder of my life. I finally found my answer in W. Clement Stone's and Napoleon Hill's Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. I have employed the simple techniques and methods found in this classic for more than 15 years, and they have provided me with riches and happiness far beyond anything I deserve. From a penniless vagrant without a single root, I eventually became the president of two corporations and and the executive editor of the finest magazine of its kind in the world, Success Unlimited. I also wrote 6 books, and one of them, The Greatest Salesman in the World, has now become the best selling book for salespeople of all time. It has been translated into 14 languages and has sold more than 3 million copies. None of these things would have been accomplished without the daily application of the principles of success and living that I found in Stones and Hill's classic. If I could accomplish what I did starting from ground zero, just think what you can do with all you have going for you already. We live in a strange and fast moving world. Each day, a new false prophet arises, preaching his own brand of happiness and success attainment. Like hula hoops and pet rocks, they will all disappear as quickly as they appeared. I like hula hoops, though. Pet rocks, I don't know about that. That's a sounds really dumb. I actually want wanted to get a hula hoop because they're really good exercise. Um, sorry. We live in a strange and fast moving world. Each day, a new false prophet arises, preaching his own brand of happiness and success attainment. Like hula hoops and pet rocks, they will all disappear as quickly as they appeared. And when the fog lifts, the truth of Stones and Hill's book will be changing the lives of thousands yet unborn. Do you really want to change your life for the better? If you do, success through a positive mental attitude can be the luckiest thing that has ever happened to you. Read it, study it, read it again, then go into action. It's all very simple, really, if you make up your mind to work at it. And wonderful things will begin happening to you. I should know. By Og Mandino. Oh, yeah, Og Mandino. Oh, I'm reading Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. See, Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. This is the introduction. Every inspirational self-help action book, including this one, should be evaluated by what happens to you, the reader, as a result of the book's power to motivate you, to motivate yourself to desirable action. By this standard, success through a positive mental attitude is reputed to be one of the outstandingly successful, inspirational, self help action books of this century. It has inspired countless thousands of men, women, and teenagers to acquire good physical, mental, and moral health, seek happiness, pursue wealth, and reach for high goals or other objectives that do not violate the laws of God or the rights of their fellow men. Something wonderful is going to happen to you if you are ready. To prepare yourself to be ready, understand clearly Andrew Carnegie's observation that all achievements, all earned riches, have their beginning in an idea. Before proceeding further, I'd like to give you a background of my co author, Dr. Napoleon Hill. Think and Grow Rich. Think and Grow Rich, the book by Napoleon Hill, has motivated more persons throughout the world to acquire wealth and succeed in their careers than any book written in the 20th century. Its author was born in poverty in a log cabin in Wise County, Virginia, on October 1883, and he passed away in Greenville, South Carolina, on November 8th, 1970. I feel like there should be more. Okay. As a boy, young Hill was blessed, inspired, and motivated to high achievements by his calm, patient stepmother who loved him dearly. It was she who motivated a problem child to develop character and motivate himself to work hard to become educated and an achiever.
In 1908, while working for a magazine and attending college, young Hill was assigned to interview Andrew Carnegie, the great steelmaker, philosopher, and philanthropist. Andrew Carnegie was so impressed with his interviewer that he invited him to his home as a guest. Hour after hour each day during the 3 day visit, the two men discussed philosophy. The elder the elder romanced the lives of philosophers and the impact of their philosophy had had on world civilization to the younger, who listened with rapture. In his discussions, Carnegie made it a point to express in simple, clear language the principles involved and the concepts of each of the philosophers he romanced. And he, oh no, okay, one sec. Oh, sorry. Stupid. Sucks that I don't have any more light in here. Okay. In his discussions, Carnegie made it a point to express in simple, clear language the principles involved and the concepts of each of the philosophers he romanced. And he told something more: how to apply those principles in everyday living as they pertain to an individual, his family, his career, or any human activity. A challenge. Andrew Carnegie knew human nature. One way to motivate an aggressive extrovert with a high energy level who has drive and stick to it itiveness, itiveness. That's weird. It's a weird word. Anyway, one way to motivate an aggressive extrovert with a high energy level who has drive and stick to itiveness and whose reason and emotions are in balance is to challenge him. The young guest was just such a person, and he was challenged. What, what is there in the climate of this great nation whereby I, a foreigner, can build a business and acquire wealth, or anyone can achieve success? Asked Carnegie. And before Hill could answer, he continued, I challenge you to devote 20 years of your life to the study of the philosophy of American achievement and come up with an answer. Will you accept? Yes, was the quick response. And Andrew Carnegie had an obsession. Anything in life worth having was worth working for. He was willing to give the young author his personal time to consult with him and letters of introduction to the outstanding Americans of his day, and to reimburse him for any necessary out of pocket expense, such as traveling to interview people. But it was clearly understood that Napoleon Hill would have to earn his own livelihood. In the following 20 years, Hill interviewed over 500 successful men. Among them were Henry Ford, William Wrigley, William Wrigley Jr., John Wanamaker, George Eastman, John D. Rockefeller, Thomas A. Edison, Theodore Roosevelt, Albert Hubbard, um, J. Ogden Armour, Luther Burbank, Dr. Alexander Graham Bell, and Julius Rosenwald. I've heard of at least most of these people. And Hill did earn his own livelihood by applying many of the principles he learned from Carnegie and the men he interviewed. And in 1928,
He completed the 8 volumes of The Law of Success, books that motivated thousands to acquire wealth or to become outstanding achievers. On the recommendation of Senator Jennings Randolph of West Virginia, Napoleon Hill became an advisor to two presidents of the United States, Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt. He influenced certain decisions they made that affected the course of American history. When exactly 20 years after the interview, sorry, when when, exactly 20 years after the interview with Andrew Carnegie, The Law of Success was published, it had a worldwide impact. 7 years later, while he was an advisor to Franklin D. Roosevelt, he began writing the manuscript for Think and Grow Rich. It was published in 1937. More than 10 million people have read the book. A profitable discovery. In 1937, Think and Grow Rich was given to me by Morris Pickus, a well known sales executive, sales counselor, and lecturer. The philosophy, in so many respects, coincided with my own that I sent the book to every one of my sales representatives throughout the United States. At that time, I owned and operated Combined Registry Company, a national sales organization that specialized exclusively in the sale of accident insurance. Bingo! I hit the jackpot, for I made a profitable discovery. I found a working tool that would motivate sales representatives to motivate themselves to increase their sales and profits, and something more, to acquire wealth through responding to an inspirational self help action book. Now, what was relating the story about Carnegie, the law of success, and Think and Grow Rich to do with success through a sorry, reread that sentence. Now, what has relating the story about Carnegie, the law of success, and Think and Grow Rich to do with success through a positive mental attitude, you ask? My answer: if it were not for each of them, the manuscript for this book would not have been written. But it was written, and it was first published in 1960 by Prentice Hall Inc. Think and Grow Rich. Oh, thank you very much, Dusty. Hi. I see that big blue block come up from my peripheral. Thank you. Your brother married Julius Rosenwald's daughter. That's pretty cool. Carnegie. Carnegie rhymes with bikini. Carkini. Carnegie. Now, what has relating the story about Carnegie, the law of success, and Think and Grow Rich to do with success through a positive mental attitude, you ask? My answer: if it were not for each of them, the manuscript for this book would not have been written. But it was written, and it was first published in 1960 by Prentice Hall Incorporated. Think and Grow Rich contains the basic principles of Andrew Carnegie's philosophy, those contained in the law of success and Napoleon Hill's philosophy and experiences, as well as stories about many people who acquired wealth and success after reading the 8 volumes of the law of success. Success through a positive mental attitude combines all these in essence and has something more. It tells specifically how you can use the greatest machine that was ever conceived, a machine so awesome that only God Himself could create it. this machine is a human computer. It is your brain and your nervous system from which the mechanical computer was designed. Success through a positive mental attitude instructs you on what to do and how to do it when it comes to tapping and using the powers of your subconscious mind. Where have you been taught? Sorry. Where have you been taught to constructively use, neutralize, control, or harmonize with your passions, emotions, instincts, tendencies, feelings, moods, and habits of thoughts and action? Where have you been taught to constructively use, neutralize, control, or harmonize with your passions, emotions, instincts, tendencies, feelings, moods, and habits, or thought and act, or sorry, and habits of thought and action? Have you been taught how to aim high and achieve your goals regardless of the obstacles? If your answer is no, you will be taught these things if you read and then apply the principles and success through a positive mental attitude. Results are what count. Over the last 16 years, more than 420,000 hardbound copies of Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude have been printed. Our readers have had such phenomenal results in changing their lives for the better, meeting life's problems courageously, and bringing their desires into reality that I was delighted with arrangements. When arrangements were made for pocketbooks to publish the paperback edition, for the books published by pocketbooks read hundreds of thousands, reach hundreds of thousands. Sorry, I'm getting a little dyslexic now. Reach hundreds of thousands. And my chief goal and Napoleon Hill's was to motivate multitudes of people to free themselves from the slavery of their undesirable thoughts, habits, and actions, and to help them seek and acquire the true riches of life by fulfilling desires that don't violate the laws of God or the rights of their fellow men. Freedom from the bonds that enslave them. In the preface of Og Mandino to his edition of Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude, you read, I speak from experience. Many years ago, through my own stupidities and faults, I lost everything that was precious to me, my family, my home, and my job. Nearly penniless and with no guidance, I began to wander the country, searching for myself and for some answers that would make life bearable. I finally found my answer in W. Clement Stone's and Napoleon Hill's Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. Og Mandino is now famous as a lecturer and author of The Greatest Salesman in the World and other self help books. And Norman Vincent Peale and other well known authors have told me many times how they have inspired others to high personal achievement by quoting illustrations and principles from Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. This seems like the kind of book I might want to highlight certain sections of it. I was recently invited to dinner at one of Washington's famous restaurants by a friend. Jimmy, the waiter, rendered the most pleasant and effective service I have ever gotten at any fine restaurant in any part of the world. After dinner, as my party was leaving the restaurant, Jimmy asked me aside and said, may I take half a minute of your time?" "Certainly," I responded. "I just wanted to tell you that Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude saved my life," he said. Another man, Ted G, told me, "When I was on the Lee Phillips show, you said you were going to change my life." Well, you did. And here's a list of the changes that took place in 5 years. I went into business and I'm doing very well. Two of my daughters graduated from college, and one is still attending a private college. Previously, I had no funds for college education for them. I purchased a condominium with a swimming pool, golf course, etc. I've had beautiful vacations and much more. Many thanks again for success through a positive mental attitude. It is always on my night table, and I consider it one of my valued possessions. A doctor who practices in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, on two occasions when I met him said, I thought you would be interested in knowing that one of my most effective prescriptions to certain patients with psychosomatic illnesses is a special one. I prescribe a book, Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. While there are several thousands of experiences that could be related, the greatest testimonial can be your experience when you learn and apply the principles in this book. Special instructions. When you read this book, read it as if the authors were your personal friends and were writing to you and you alone. Underscore sentences, quotations, and words that are meaningful to you. Memorize self motivators. Keep in mind that this is a book to motivate you to desirable action. Abraham Lincoln developed the habits of trying to learn from the books he read. Abraham Lincoln developed the habit of trying to learn from the books he read, the people he met, and casual events. These gave him ideas for reflection, and thus he was able to relate, assimilate, and use ideas as his own. You too can convert your creative thinking, artistic talent, knowledge, personality, and physical energy into success, wealth, health, and happiness. This book, this book more than tells you how, it motivates you to try. Look for the message that is applicable to you. When you recognize it, pay attention, get into action. To direct your mind into desired channels, try to answer each question at the end of each chapter during your thinking and planning time. W. Clement Stone. Thanks for recommending this book to me, dear viewer. I'm sorry, I don't remember who exactly recommended it to me, but I really appreciate it because I think this looks really good. Channel the energy to desired outcomes. I know, I love that. It's another reason why meditation is also really good. I will say, man, the main thing I should be pursuing in my life in this regard is my painting, because it's one of the number one things I'm good at. And it's one of I mean, people like teachers and loved ones have told me, or just friends have told me to never let that go, never give that up. I always feel so guilty when I'm not painting, when I'm not doing that stuff. You do get rusty when you don't do it, when you don't practice. There's a lot of practice involved. I mean, that's leads to success or leads to efficiency. Let's see how this looks. Oh no! There goes one of my dolls. She's pretty though. I really like her hair. Now back. Come on, buddy. Okay, I'll sit you up here for a sec. I have a feeling this is gonna still be a little wet. But yeah. There's still a little bit of wetness there. Yeah, you see, I got a little red paint. But gosh, that's just the first layer. It's not even close to being done. I'm liking how it's turning out. I'm loving how the tree's looking there. I'm gonna definitely move some elements around and add some. Oh, it's gonna be good. You have a black Barbie that's hers, dude. Like, I have Barbies of all different shades. I like to collect Barbies and dolls. It doesn't matter what color they are. I like their accessories a lot. I don't, and I do like to have a doll that looks like me. I have a few dolls that look like me a little bit, but that's just like saying, why do you have a blonde doll when you're not blonde? Why do you have an Asian doll when you're not Asian? Like I have some dolls that look Asian too, and Hispanic. Yeah, she looks more like she's like Latino to me, honestly. They have some of these Barbie extra dolls that are African American, but this one here looks like she looks Latino to me, or like she's might be half black, but I don't think she's no. Um, I'll show you my Latino one here. See, like she looks like she's Latino, and I really like her dress and everything. She doesn't look just typical. She's got good personality in her face. That's a fun. I think your question is really funny there, or your remark. I feel like I sat on something wet. She looks Dominican. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking there. Absolutely. Chinese? Does a Chinese Barbies? Yeah, I've seen a Chinese Barbie. There's this actual African American Barbie with this gorgeous dress that I really wanted to get. Was waiting to see if she would go on sale though. Even that one I got over there that was super expensive. The reason why I got it is because they said they had only one left. And I'd been wanting that been in my wish list for like 2 years or so. Ugh. No, I like um a vast range of different looking doll. They don't have to all look the same. It's like saying your Barbie all your dolls should look like you. I was thinking I would like to have a whole setup when I have my own place, like a studio where I can create stop motion animation pieces. I wonder how I'll even go about that, but it sounds like so much fun. That's why I always look for those posable dolls, with the joints. Sounds like it might be. I don't know if making stop motion animation is so difficult, would be so difficult for me as it would be time consuming. Because it does sound like, yeah, it would take a long time to even come up with one video there. Where's my crown? Yeah, cigarettes were also killing me, and I'm trying not to smoke cigarettes. Yeah, I see a lot of Asian Barbies actually. Hmm. Snoo. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Oh, thank you, FD. I dreamed of having a die-cast collection of Pixar cars. I still dream about it. That's pretty cool. Like from the just from the movie Cars or oh. My main thing is die-cast figurines. I've never heard of that, die-cast. Look that up. Die-cast. That's what the fans going on. Uh-oh, what? I didn't mean to shut it down. Cancel. There we go. Oh, stick. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Don't do that. The hell? Wrap it like it's hot. Oh, what's the topic? Well, I was just introducing a book I wanted to share with y'all that I just got. It was recommended by one of my viewers here. So I read the introduction and the preface of this book here, Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. And we will keep continue with that next time. And I got the power of positive thinking. So excited to delve into that. Snoop, Snoop, Snoop. Traffic light is on. They are nice. So far, I have several Transformers, Deception, Voltron, the robots characters from the movie Robots, Short Circuit Johnny 5, Alita, Battle Angel, Wally, so on. Those are my favorite. That's awesome. I bet your room looks really cool. Oh my goodness. I'm telling you to loosen up my buttons, baby. You keep following me, say what you won't do to me. And I said nothing, don't me, loosen up my buttons, baby. But you keep running me, say what you won't do to me. I'm a sexy mama, gonna get what I wanna. Listen to Bad Brains if you need a positive mental attitude. You'll understand, I promise. Really? Real? Okay. Bad Brains. Why not? Maybe I will. See, she looks like she's Chinese, this Barbie. Look, she's been on my wish list. Isn't she cute? Look at her outfit. I love those Barbie extra dolls, which I'm not sponsoring, by the way. She's cute. Love her dress. How much is she? Wait a minute. I think she's probably out, sold out, actually. Some of these, they sell out very fast. Yeah, damn it. She's not on sale. Ooh, man, I wish she was still on sale. She's cute. See, I really want to get her too. She's cute. Adorable. Just got a panda. Don't tell me to loosen up. Okay, that's gonna be stuck in my head, damn it. Mm, You could never know what it's like. Yeah, so many of these are sold out. I hope they bring them back. Ooh, she's cute. $41 freaking though. On sale. Oh, I like her. She's pretty. And she's not all that. I like her haircut. She doesn't look. She looks like a collector's. Stop it. Oh my god, hate it. And there's only one left. Mhm. Spin back. I wonder how often Amazon restocks things like this. When I was you, it was called Indigo Kid. When I was young, it was called Indigo Kid, or that's what they told my mom, who called me her little indigo baby. ADHD. Did you just delete that? Sorry, got a little itch in my eyeball. So, thank you, Dead Eyes. Gee, I love playing with dolls. Do you know the Living Dead dolls? The Living Dead dolls? No, I do not. Oh my gosh, there's only one left of her. That's one I've been eyeballing for a while. Oh, she's so cute. I mean, just look at their outfits. They're so cute. There's only one left. She's got such a cute outfit. I like her blue hat. Mm. I mean, I did just get paid. So tempting for me to buy at least one or two more of these guys, especially when they say there's only one left. And I love her purple hair. Look how pretty her hair is. So pretty. She's so pretty. Goodness. The Living Dead dolls. Let me look that up. Mm. Oh, wow. Those are cool. Super expensive though. And some of these run for like $120 or more. Oh man. Okay. It's full collection of them on eBay for $1,000. Considering there's like, yeah, there's 5 of them there. Oh yeah. Pretty. That's pretty cool. Oh, she's $57. This one purple hair I was looking at. Eesh. She was a lot cheaper at one point. I should have gotten her before. Oh no, that Barbie I just bought. She's back in stock and she's now $20 less than when I got her. Wowzers. Wonder if they improved the packaging or didn't, you know. Hope they're not selling damaged package boxes like they sold me. That was disappointing. It's not like I can resell that now. None of my dolls talk. Absolutely nothing. Oh wow. Here's an anniversary edition that I kind of expected she'd be a little more expensive. She's like 44, $45, but look how pretty her dress is. Goodness. That's tempting. How many are left? It's like they're not. It's like they have a bunch of them. Man, she's so pretty. I love red. But thing is, I don't really have room in here for more dolls. Proverbs chapter 3, verses 5 to 6. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding, and always to it. And all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. Amen. That's what's up. Private or public school? I was homeschooled actually. I was homeschooled. Now there are pros and cons to that. I mean, if I were to homeschool my kids, I would make sure that they had some social outlet, right? I didn't really have much of a social outlet, but at least I grew up with real books, not twaddle. I got to pick out a lot of books that I got to read. Um, just good. I started reading heavy literature when I was like 9 or 10. Some of it was a little too complex for what my age was back then, but most of it was really good and kind of stretching my mind and yeah, it was nice getting to do my school in my pajamas. I probably would have been bullied incessantly, man. Like people in the cul-de-sac bullied me just for the very fact that I had 8 siblings. They all treated us like we were weird. No. Your father was a college English teacher? Nice. My dad was a locomotive engineer. Meaning he operated trains. That's why I always grew up loving trains. Sometimes he'd even bring home a train a calendar with trains for me. Wow. Tell me that something happens bad. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Window shopping for Barbie dolls. You get damn right. Gosh, you're right. Oh, there's so many pretty ones here. Goodness. Mm. And there's this other one I really want. They don't. If they said it. See? Barbie. I'm a sexy mama. Hee hee. Yo, that Michael Jackson movie looks so good. I and I think I shared this on my Discord server, but there's this back to back video clip of Michael Jackson dancing, and they have one of his relatives playing Michael Jackson in the movie, side by side with a scene from the movie with the exact same choreography, the exact same dance moves. And it is just like I couldn't tell which was fucking which. It was amazing. It's like no wonder that movie's getting such good praise, man. They chose precisely the right person to play that role. I mean, just seeing that one little clip had my mouth jaw agape. I was just like, wow, dude. That was incredible. Hee hee. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Well, thank you, Ronster. Venlafaxine? Yo, I forgot what that even is. I know I took it. Isn't that Wellbutrin? Yeah, it didn't work for me, so I stopped doing it. Glad I stopped. Time can never mend the careless whispers of a good friend. I'm curious how they acknowledge the elephant in the room MJ movie. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a movie I want to see sometime once it comes out, once you're able to just watch it at home. I just don't want to be away from my Shanda. I want to watch it with my Shanda. Be cool if they had movie theaters where you're allowed to bring your dog. But at the same time, it's like, why would the dog even enjoy that? They wouldn't. Too noisy for the dog. Diggity dog. Dogs rule. Dogs absolutely fucking rule this world. They rule my life. You've been struck by a smooth criminal. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Have you ever seen someone beatboxing under an X-ray? I could never do that, dude. Like I've tried and I've tried and I've tried. I can't. Hi guys. Cats are overlords. Well, I'm sure some people still think that. I mean, the ancient Egyptians thought that. So I love, I love dogs though. I'm a dog person through and through. Diggity dog. It's a dog's world. How would we be able to survive as a species without dogs? We have dogs to thank in so many ways. Yeah, I can't imagine having no dogs. What other animal would we domesticate to, help us with certain tasks, hunting, rescue, various jobs if we didn't have dogs? What would we choose? Whoa, this is $1,000 and this is gorgeous, but it's a $1,100. Look at that doll. Look how gorgeous that is. Wow. I mean, I wouldn't buy it unless I were rich. I'm not spending $1,000 on a doll right now. The most I've ever spent on a doll is like $200. Even then, I try not to do that. Most of my dolls are like $25, between 25 and 30. Gorgeous. Oh, I sat on something wet. It's almost unpleasant. MAGA isn't racist like you guys like to assume, and that's one big fat lie. I think it's racist to hire people based on their skin color, no matter what the race is. I think it's honorable to hire people, choose people based on their qualifications. And Trump will hire and promote anybody, regardless of their skin color, if they're qualified. That is so dumb. You guys just want that to be the reality. You want for us to be the racist ones. You want for us to be the bad guys. Tired of the gaslighting. I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of the hypocrisy and the projections. It's disgusting. Shame on you. Shame, 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 shame on you. They just completely ignored it when Kamala Harris was appealing to, targeting black men, appealing to them specifically when she said, "Oh, I'll make it so that you all get free weed." That's racist. But no, 1 year and a half year, no, they completely ignore that like it never happened. Just imagine if Trump did that. Ick. But I mean, screw these people. They probably love to watch Jimmy Kimmel, and they probably kiss their TV screen when he comes on. I never liked him. I always had a bad feeling about him, and hey, I was right. He always gave me the ick. He's fake. He's a fake liar. And now he's trying to gaslight anyone into thinking that his comments about Melania Trump was nothing more than a joke about their age difference. Bull pucky. Dumb. I mean, they obviously think we're all stupid. They think that all MAGA supporters are living in their trailer homes, like, I'm a hillbilly, just like, wow, no, mm-mm, mm-mm. And by the way, just because you happen to be college educated, that doesn't mean you're smart. Could mean you've been brainwashed by I mean, they're using those universities to their advantage to brainwash impressionable young people, telling everyone that Trump's Hitler. Like, what bullshit. Lies upon lies upon lies upon lies. It's disgusting. She's cute. Oh, dude, she's so cute. Okay, she's a cool looking Barbie, man. But she's $84. So cool. But believe me, there was a point in time where I was pretty pretty brainwashed in certain ways. I was liberal for like practically a decade, and even when I was watching left leaning content like Jubilee, Middle Ground, whatever, I found I could not agree with the left side anymore. Even when they edit it left and right to try to make the right look bad and the left look good, they never succeed in that because they have no logic in their arguments. It's always like taking out their minority card, or like try when someone on the right tries to um ha- give them some logic, argue with logic, they come out with their minority card or something that just completely unrelatable, but they know they're losing the argument, so they have to be all like, "Oh, you're disrespecting me. You should never talk over me because I'm this or that minority." It's like, yeah, no logic. They don't, as soon as you start to win the argument, they just insult you. They just call you names. I'm not saying that all liberals are like this. There's some liberals that I respect and I'm still friends with them. But it's striking how imbalanced it is and just how much, I mean, how many, I mean, there are too many of them, like too many far leftists who celebrate when Trump almost gets assassinated. That's, among the left, that's not actually rare. That's, you see it all the time. I know people from where I worked, and they were clapping or disappointed that Trump didn't actually get shot in a fatal location. Fake people, hypocrites. I have a lot of subs. Thanks, guys. Thanks for subscribing, guys. I appreciate it. You know what? Speaking the truth, telling it like it is, doesn't mean one is angry. Who said I was angry? I'm just saying it like it is. I'm calling you out, or not you specifically, just the far left. I'm calling out the far left on their bullshit. I mean, enough said. Like, it is what it is. We know what it is. We've seen it. We're not stupid. They might think we're stupid, but we're not. We can see through it. We know that Jimmy Kimmel wasn't just joking, and he certainly wasn't joking about their age difference. That's some bullshit. Absolutely cold pucky. I just don't like liars. It's one thing to lie. I understand when someone lies about something because they're afraid or fight or flight mode or whatever. But lying about other people and continuing to do that without any accountability, without any real apology, without any acknowledgement, without even trying to seek the truth, I don't respect that at all. I think those people deserve whatever karma comes at them. Disgusting. You are not what you think you are, a superstar. Who right you are, will they all shine on like the moon and the stars and the sun? Will they all shine on and on and on? Instant karma's gonna get you. It's gonna knock you off the head. You better put yourself together, darling. Very soon they're gonna be dead. Motherfucker. I worked in New York Contusion Union for many years. I can't tell you or even guess how many African Americans Trump hired, including supervisors. Precisely. And like an unexpectedly, or at least unexpected to a lot of people, an unexpectedly large, vast amount of Hispanics and Latinos voted for Trump. No, oh no, we're all racist. Where do they even get that? There's nothing to indicate that he's racist ever. You know, in New York, they're setting down some really racist laws, racist towards white people in New York. They're taxing white people more than anybody else there now, apparently. Allegedly, I should say. No, I hate racism. So does Trump. So do most people. But you know, the left wants to make that a thing. They want to bring back racism. They don't want for us to be unified. They don't want for us to all be friends. They want to push their agenda. They want to have illegal immigrants coming into our country so that they always win the election. And that's that. That's just the fucking truth. Instant calm is gonna get you. Snap. Oh, snap. Yo, I remember when my grandma had all these troll dolls. Wonder how much those would be these days. Sounds like something that would become popular. I like them more than those Labubu's, I'll tell you what. Those troll dolls they used to have. Forget those must have been around for a long time. I love the way they look, the materials, the eyes. Candace Owens' family and some deep stuff going on right now, dude. Okay, that's what I'm gonna be going down. That's what I'm gonna be watching tonight, because I want to see Candace Owens get her well due karma. I actually like Erica Kirk. I think that she's innocent, and I think that Candace Owens, shame on her. You know, shame on her for assuming, insinuating, accusing Erica Kirk of being involved in the death of her husband, when she's doing nothing other than trying to carry on his legacy. Disgusting conspiracy theorist, whatever you might call her. You know, she's just not a good person. She's not a good person. You know, and I used to watch her channel a little while back, you know, before she went completely batshit. Like, yeah, sick, sick. Making money off of these lies. Disgusting. Corrupt. Kimmel has never been funny. Yeah, exactly. He's never been funny. It's one of the reasons why I've never liked him. But there's just something about him that's always given me the ick, whether I was able to explain it or not. Now it's like, oh, no wonder. He just seems like he is a slime ball. He's a slime ball. Not a good person. And he deserves to be fired pronto. Hog tie him. Wouldn't you love to see that? Wouldn't you love to see Kimmel being hog tied? Blah, ha, ha, ha. Blah, ha, 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 ha. We dodged a huge bullet when Harris Waltz lost. Exactly. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. She wanted to make it so that men could decide that they're women at the drop of a hat once they enter prison, so that they can transfer themselves to female prisons. And if you look at their records on all these people that suddenly say they're trans and want to go to female prisons, look at their records and it shows you they're all sex offenses. They're all offenses being violent towards women. Wow. Wow. And the left is okay with that. And I mean, the way so many people on the left, like the far left, the way they talk to um minorities when they happen to be Trump supporters or lean conservative or be conservative, like they talk to them or dismiss them and insult them like they're traitors to their own kind. Like that's just racist to me. Like they want to put all these minorities in a box. No, the only reason why they care about minorities is because they want for them to enhance their their goals. They want to for them to enhance the likelihood of them winning the vote. They think that that all minorities should be rounded up to vote for the Democrat, like they are. It's all really weird, like white savior complex individuals. It's like a lot of boomers too. It's really weird. Needless to say, I've seen boomers puzzled by this, by the fact that so many of them are boomers like themselves, and they're actually kind of embarrassed by it. It's like, wow. It's like it's almost like they're nostalgic for a they want to have another moment like they had in the 60s. They want to be the heroes. They want to rise up against tyranny and be remembered, for that. It's like, sorry, dude. Sorry to disappoint you, but you're not rising up against anything. There's no tyranny. There are no kings. Trump never said he was a king. He never acted like a king. That's all lies. That's all, it's all propaganda. Yeah, it's twisted. It's completely twisted. Thank you, Ginger Wildcat. Only the Lonely, song by the Motels, widely considered underrated and masterpiece of its time. Only the Lonely, I'll check that out. I think I know what song you're talking about. Oops. If he was so racist, he wouldn't have helped so many rappers back in the 90s and early 2000s And he wouldn't have pardoned a bunch of rappers when he became president at his time. Exactly. 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 He's done so much for the black community and they completely ignore it. In fact, they flat out deny it. They don't care about what's true. It's amazing. And people love to, you know, lie about and gaslight, and they think we're stupid. They think that we can't see through it. It- no, I'm speaking facts. I'm speaking the truth. I don't have an agenda, you prick. Saint Maliki. I'm not pushing any agenda. I'm speaking facts. These are things that actually happened. I'm pushing back against your lies. You're disgusting, man. You're disgusting. Bye bye. Not welcome here, by the way. You're lame. Whiskey thwat. Recovery's lame. Wow. Thank you, Louie. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll pin that in the chat here. Thank you. I'm from Argentina, and here we have the custom of calling people blacks, fat, bald, and various similar names. Nobody here takes offense at that custom. It depends a lot on the place. Yeah. Yeah. History and all that for sure. It's like, well, here they seem to think it's fine to call people the whites, but if you were to do it the other way around, they'd go crazy. Or they call skinny people the skinnies, right? Like we're some group of bad people, or just out to get them or something. You know, like imagine if people went around calling overweight people the fats. That would not fly. But it's perfectly fine to hate on people that are skinny, or when in fact the moment uh get thin quick drug comes out like Ozempic, they're gonna hop on that train as fast as they can. They're hypocrites trying to promote obesity to make themselves feel better. And then the moment Ozempic comes out, they jump right on it. It was never about body positivity. It was never about body positivity, ever. It was about what's trending. I see guys vaping on their live streams and they never really get shit for it. There's this one person who criticized this one dude live streamer, and everybody in the chat was like, "He's an adult. Let the man vape." Like no one takes into regard the fact that I was a heavy cigarette smoker and a heroin addict, and I'm doing everything I can um, to not smoke cigarettes. It's called damage control. Ever hear of it? Probably not. I mean, I don't like it. I think it's kind of unbecoming. It's not healthy. But I'm worried I'm gonna start smoking cigarettes. Doing my best. Yes. Yeah, just because one is offended, just because people are offended does not make something not true. I'm offended by the lying about people and the gaslighting and the fact that people are so prideful they can't admit when they're wrong. Yes, it's a Trump hat. I got two of them up there, and I've got two shirts. Saint Malachi, you are literally exposing yourself to be a brainwashed and doctor doctorate it, and consider your keyboard your best friend. Relapsed for 3 days on alcohol. It's been a rough couple of months, and I fucking broke. Oh, I hear you, man. I know. I've been there. Just get up and keep going, man. Don't don't give up. You're not a failure as long as you get back up and you keep trying. If I were having that, I'm just gonna say if I were in your situation, because I have no idea what you're going through. I mean, kinda not. We all deal with things as individuals. We all have our own weaknesses and needs and strengths. I'm just gonna say if I were in your situation, I would, check into a sober living facility or house, out of sight, out of mind. I would sign up for one of those places and live in one of those places for a while, because that I know that would help me if I were in that situation. Help me to have structure to maybe start give me the sense that I'm starting anew, starting fresh in my life. I'm sorry you're going through that, man. That's not even true, first person Victoria. No, his numbers are not rapidly declining because of that. And also, he destroyed their nuclear facility, their weapons. He did not harm any citizens. He destroyed their weapons because they're all about plotting to kill Americans in America. They hate Americans and they want to ship people like that over here, because the far left hates Americans too. That's not true at all. Even that the guy who shows you all, the numbers on CNN, I actually like that guy. He's pretty funny and he's cool. But he shows you exactly what's going on. And every single time he does, he shows you that his numbers are a lot higher than any other president, like the last several presidents before him at this point in time in his presidency. The people are so trusting in the media. It's ridiculous. They don't even, you know, take note of the fact that 99.99999% of it is owned by the far left. Dude, this Chewbacca Barbie is $1,600. Even if it were $600, I'd be like, what the hell? Look, it's Chewbacca. She's supposed to be Chewbacca. That's crazy. Sorry, it's too expensive for me. What was I addicted to? How long sober? I was a heroin addict for 6 years, and I've been clean for 3 years. President Trump's approval rating is 55 plus. You are delusional if you think it's lower. Exactly. Precisely. Precisely. No, they're trying to spread lies. That's what, they want to think that that's the case when it's not. They don't care about facts. They do not care about facts. They only care about pushing their narrative, pushing their agenda, get everyone to think that he's the next Hitler, so that the next fourth assassin who attempts uh, to take his life succeeds. They want for that to happen. Isn't that sick? Even if it were Joe Biden or even like, no matter what president it is, even if I disagree with them wholeheartedly on everything, I would never wish them to croak. I would never wish for anyone to come and take their life, ever. They're a human being regardless of how bad they are. There's no president who has advocated for America and Americans and humans in general than Donald Trump. Wow. If Jimmy Kimmel or if anybody said the same thing that Jimmy Kimmel had said on a microphone towards any liberal or left leftist leader, they would have lost their shit, man. If someone on our side said something like that about Michelle Obama, they would have gone crazy, man. They would have lost their absolute shit. Oops. In fact, he has a 65 plus approval rating according to three of the major news broadcast companies. You actual idiot. Precisely. Thank you. Thank you. She's certainly not a man. Can you not see her face and hear her voice? Exactly. And then if I were to stand up, they'd also see that I have a wide pelvic region, and that if any archaeologist were to dig me up out of the ground 1,000 years from now, they'd be able to tell that I'm a woman by the width of my pelvic region. Stupid. Stupid. Lies and untruths. Holy shit, man. Where are all the coolest looking Barbies so expensive? This one's $1,000 to 1,200. But look how gorgeous she is. Oh, Barbie haunted zombie. It's a zombie bride. Oh, that's so cool. Uncle Uncle. Hey, my music, thank you. You're looking a lot more healthy and bright this last while. Quite noticeable. You wear it well. Thank you. What strength am I smoking? Um I don't even really like this vape very much, to be honest. But it's apple watermelon. Can hardly taste the apple. And I'm not a big fan of fake watermelon. But I thought that most of these vapes here have like under 5% nicotine. Doesn't mean it's good for you. I shouldn't be inhaling anything into my lungs. That's a really bad habit I have. But I really don't want to go back to cigarettes, man. And I don't know. I'm gonna look into best ways to try to quit that. Mm, maybe I should start chewing gum actually. Chewing gum and drinking tea. Yeah, we don't care if you dislike President Trump, and obviously the reason why you don't is because you believe all the lies you're told, and you want to believe that there's a big evil orange monster out to get everybody because it makes life more tragic, and I can be the hero if I stand against the tyranny. It's like, no, that's not happening. It isn't what you think it is. It's disgusting. I don't like people who lie. Don't like liars. Do I believe in aliens? Well, I mean, I'm kind of like agnostic in that sense, because unless we have some type of proof there, I mean, I think it's possible. I think it's possible. You have all the building building blocks to sustain life, have the right positioning. You know, there might be able to there might be some life on other planets, but I don't know if we found that yet. I don't think we have. They certainly are weird about Area 51 though. You know, I would not be surprised if there were. Okay, that is a fucking cool Barbie, dude. Look at that. Look at her bodice. Isn't that sick? Oh, I want her so bad. But she's probably super expensive. Yeah, she's 174 bucks. There's only one more left. She's so pretty. Oh wow. The dragon wings. That is sick. I love her bodice right there though. So pretty, dude. Barbie's signature mythical muse fantasy dragon empress doll, collectible with pastel colored hair and wings. It's really not as expensive as I thought it would be, but still. But in my defense, I haven't liked the president I've ever had in my lifetime who'd be like, well, thank you. Well, I appreciate that, Curtis. And I can respect that too. Like, I mean, he's unorthodox in a lot of ways. You know, some of the things he says can seem crass to some people, and I can get that. What I don't like are the lies and calling him Hitler and all these other things that, you know, it's like some delulu person will think that they're doing our world a service because, you know, I mean, I think it would have been very noble if someone came up and ended actual Hitler's life, you know, before he could kill off a bunch of, you know, whole groups of people. But Trump is not that. And I can't stand the lies that are going to get him killed. But I can respect someone who just plain doesn't like him. That's fine. That's fine. I don't, you know, that's not hurting anybody. You know, I mean, you, you can dislike someone even if they haven't really done anything wrong. Just you just don't like their personality or the things they say. That doesn't mean that they're committing a crime that or that they deserve to be ended, you know? But thank you. We all have a short time here on this planet. Why so much hate and divide to spit one man? Yeah, I agree. But I don't think they're gonna let that happen. The far left, at least, you know. It's like they want us to be divided. You are true beauty and honor. Oh, thank you. buy a used Barbie for cheaper. Yeah, I look for that. I also want to get, buy them with a good, nice box because I might want to sell it later for a higher price if it comes to that amount. Have I heard of a YouTuber called Raymond? Sounds familiar. We'll look it up. Okay, I'm finding Raymond, Sus Amigos, and Raymond Ford, who is a professional boxer. I'm not finding anything else on him. Ray William Johnson, yeah, I've heard of that. He's a big YouTuber, or was. I don't know. Oops. Congratulations on being clean for 3 years. That really is an amazing accomplishment and one that is not easy. I'm very happy for you. Thank you, Jen. Each day gets better, each month gets a lot better. Just gotta keep it going and practice the things I enjoy and love to do. I'm pretty sure we don't need somebody who just said, I don't like President Trump to be a moderator when she has full support for President Trump. Well, I mean, whether someone's liberal or conservative, that's not the end all be all of whether or not they're going to be a moderator. But I mean, that's uh, I have enough moderators right now at the moment. I've got like 10 moderators. Some of them aren't here. Um, but it gets out of hand when I have too many. No offense. Just, I don't like saying no to people, but it's regardless of everything else, I have too many moderators of them. Or I have enough, I should say. Okay, that song stuck in my head. Yeah, it seems like my moderators are doing a great job right now too. Heather and Kilroy. Thank you, Wendy. Or sorry, I only saw part of your name there. Let me see. There was a YouTube thing that said that should that said Jimmy Kimmel should be fired over his comedian's comments live. No, I've only he's not a comedian. He's not funny. He only spews propaganda and lies. He's disgusting. I've never liked him. Never thought he was funny. He's not a good person whatsoever. I have the Disney mom hair. I'm trying to grow it out. It's getting past that awkward mullet phase. It's kind of nice, being able to play with my hair now. It's relaxing. I'm cultivating it. Curtis Belcher, stop trying to buy her approval or become a moderator because you're giving her gifts. Stop asking and begging for attention. Yeah, I don't know what to think, man. Like, I mean, I can, I'm fine if someone just doesn't like Trump, but spewing out lies and propaganda is where I draw the line. That's where we have harm. That's where we have people trying to harm Trump and his family just because they don't like, just because they don't like him, or they actually think he's like Hitler. Yeah, that's disgusting. That shouldn't be tolerated. I think, I respect people having their own opinion, but propagating lies, I don't respect that. I don't respect people lying about other people and endangering them in the process. Truly is an echo chamber of disconcerting proportions. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? She doesn't look like a man y'all need to get out of California. Precisely, because like they expect me to. Okay, I need to really whittle down my chin here, get some buccal fat removal, and get my lips big. Let's see. See, do I look like a woman now? Let's see the angle. We must change the angle, okay? That's what you want. Oh, and I have to get a big butt. I have to get a BBL. I forget. Oh my gosh, how am I ever gonna be able to afford that? Oh my gosh, and it's gonna stink. Oh no. Oh no, whatever will I do? Whatever, my life is over because I can't I can't look like a real woman. Either that or I need to become severely overweight and then they'll think I'm a real woman. No, no, skinny women exist all over the world. Wow. The way they really try to reframe people's mindsets, to think that something is normal when it's not. It's ridiculous. It's disgusting because they want for us to be overweight. They want for us to be unhealthy. They want for us to be slow. They don't want for us to get up and do something about them. They do not want for millennials to run this world. No, no, they want to keep it all to themselves. That's why the average millennial can't own their own house until they're like 50. Where we're all basically we've been forced to be poor. I never said I have it all figured out. Do you? According to the ancient Sumerian stone tablets, we got aliens. Wow. That you're making me want to go down that rabbit hole. Yeah, but that doesn't explain why you don't like a president that only wants the best for his country and you. Exactly. Exactly. It's all lies. They're all just lying about it, man. Lies upon lies upon lies. You know? I mean, I'll bet if they were to look at some, go into some research, if they were to actually look at the facts, they would just shut off their computer and throw a tantrum, you know, or they just completely dismiss it. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about it. They just want to propagate their own agenda. They don't care. They don't care about the truth. They can't handle the truth. Frankly, they can't handle the truth. They just can't. The truth is like kryptonite to these people. 90 or 80 blonde? I was born in 91. I'm 35. I was born in 1991, if that's your question. You know, Kurt Cobain, Joa, you know about Kurt Cobain? I don't think they're ever gonna find like exactly what happened there because it's been so many years, and I'm sure that that whole scene has been trampled on again and again and again. But they're finding that there's evidence that's more and more consistent with foul play. The more they look into it, the more they find that Kurt Cobain could have could have been ended by someone else, which is crazy. A lot of people think that Courtney Love did it. At first, I didn't think she did it, but now I'm starting to wonder. I don't know. I'm just gonna say it's all alleged, but it's creepy stuff. The fact that there's a lot more evidence consistent with that, the way he held the gun, the rifle, or shotgun. I forget exactly what gun it was. I think it was a shotgun. Um, the fact that he was so out of his mind, stoned on heroin at that time, like nodding out. I don't think he would have picked up that gun and did it in that moment. And he was that high, you know? Yeah, yeah. If it was alcohol, sure. It seemed, and I know someone who did in their lives while they were drunk. But heroin, no, no, that doesn't happen. I don't think. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think he killed or ended himself anymore. I love octopi. A mother octopus um stays with her in her nest during the last I forget how long she's in there, but during the last times of her life, she's just in that nest with her eggs, and as soon as they hatch, she passes away because she's starving in there. She gives all her sustenance to her babies, and then once they swim away, she dies in that same nest. Just amazing animals. I love octopi. One of my favorites. As president, he has way more authority to get things done than just a business model. Exactly. At the same time, the Democrats really try to impede his success. They really try to get that government shut down so that so that the clueless Americans can accuse him of doing that. Like it's you know, and like every single thing there is within his control, when in fact they impede quite a bit. I'm surprised that he was able to stop illegal immigrants from coming over from traveling over the border into our country. You know, it went from like, I forget how much exactly, but when Joe Biden was in office in like 2024, it went from like 77,000 or something along those lines to zero, zero, zero. Make America safe. Man, utter lip radio sounds like they didn't care about all the gang R words happening. They didn't care about any of that. They don't care about the all the violence and turmoil in Chicago or anything like that. No. And if Trump tries to make black neighborhoods safer, which the residents living there are thankful for him doing that, by the way. Oh, they think that's racism. Oh, because they that's their way of life. They love living like that. That's what they believe. Which I think in and of itself, that's what's racism, you know? Okay, buddy. Yes, indeed. Thank you, official Flat Fresh Lemons. We all have the same rights, the exact same rights. We all live under the same Constitution and Bill of Rights. Yeah. Oops. Politics aside, this is about recovering addiction. Exactly, exactly. The moment someone sees my Trump hat, they lose their shit, don't they? They lose their shit. Zero to hero. I do not share my email address with people. I at least not here on YouTube. I have my Discord and my Instagram. Discord is emerald, like the gemstone, underscore wing, like the butterfly wing, underscore 13473. Emerald underscore wing underscore 13473. Yeah. And my Instagram is Anna, ANNA dot Katrina, Katrina dot art, ART. I try to be fair, middle of the road, and save some accounts for Anne to punish too. LOL. Thanks. I appreciate that. To be honest, I'm a mod at a channel who mods most of his members. All enter the stream with respect when they see all the badges. Yeah, there you go. I mentioned those two things because that's what every citizen has. How can you not get that with a comment? Hey, Steven, how's it going? Okay. Oh, thanks, guys. Hello, Clarice. Okay, go down now. I'm a little behind. Okay. I want my dog to come back alive. Sorry, I must have missed something, Scott. Jesus loves you too. Yes, I did just quote this Disney Hercules movie. Yep. Zero to hero. Remember, there is no point where you're too far for the grace of God and forgiveness and the ability to overcome your struggles and defeat life in spite of it. Exactly, exactly. And there are many of us, myself included, who are living proof of that. We do recover and we can prove the naysayers wrong. Yeah, I feel like a lot of times when it's like when a person calls someone who's been clean for a while and who's been fighting the good fight, when they call someone like me a junkie, that I feel like they're just projecting. And they're calling me that because I mean, they would never be able, maybe they think that they wouldn't be able to do it themselves. They could never have that much strength. They can't better their lives. They've got their own struggles that they're dealing with and they can't overcome them. So they got to bring someone else down. Mr. Wholesome, the boss. Wow, if you did that, then thank you very much. I I really appreciate that. I don't remember timing you out, Don Kahootie. I haven't really timed anyone out for a little while now. But yeah, I missed something there. Sorry, I missed something. I don't know. And I never said you called me anything. I wasn't talking about you. The heck? What the hell? Lois. What the hell, Lois? Oh my God, Peter. Oh my God. Okay, I don't have enough phlegm in my throat for Lois. Zero hero. Yes, indeed. What the fluke is up? Hi there. What's up? What's up, dog? Before you go and disappear, may I know your address, my dear? And let me say the simple truth. I'm feeling fussed. You think I'd give you my address? Oh, let me say that. And I'm falling fast in love with you. What the heck, man? You think I'd give you my address? I don't know you. Hell no. What the hell? That's very blatant, my friend. That is blatant. That's a lot of man. I know, I can't believe you does that. That's a lot of chutzpah. Am I even pronouncing that right? Look that up. Chutzpah. 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 Oh, why was it been like this? Huh? Hmm, that's weird. Chutzpah. Okay. Geez, that's weird. For some reason I. Oh. Chutzpah. Chutzpah. Yeah, I was right. Big girl can break some little hearts. You get damn right. Nah. Yeah, I mean the impudence, the audacity, the gall, the chutzpah. Asking me what my address is. Do you think I'm that dumb? You think I'm dumb enough to give my address to you? Dude. Where am I from? I'm from the USA. I think it's pretty damn obvious what my gender is. I shouldn't have to tell people what my gender is because it's obvious. Good grief. I never, no, I did not call you a Mexican. And why would you say that? I like Mexican people, actually. I mean, doesn't matter what your race is. You're a good person. I like you. And no, I did not say that. The heck? I don't know if you're just trolling or literally trying to put words in my mouth, but I think everybody else here never heard me say that. So, 0 hero. Are you a zero to hero? How long have I been sober? 3 years now. 3 years.
and I'm proud of it. Oh my. Okay, yes. Let's choose that one. Yes. Dun, dun, dun. What music do I like? Oh man, all kinds of music. I like rock and I like country rock and I like classical and I like jazz and I like blues and I like hip hop and um I like ragtime and I like saxophone and piano. Um I like 90s. I like music from the 60s, 70s, 80s and 90s. I like some of the early 2000s music. I like yeah, I mean it's pretty my musical taste is pretty diverse. To you? I'll bet Ireland is a beautiful place. Well, it is a beautiful place, so green. A lot of people move to a place because of how beautiful the natural scenery is, how the beautiful places to go camping and like Californians moving to Oregon want to move here because it's pretty and other reasons, right? Because California is not affordable and all, could be a broad array of reasons. But then they move here to discover how rainy it is and the fact that it's gray most of the year, I mean, we do have a nice few months of summer, but for most, we don't really have white Christmases and or just year long nice weather in general. It's usually dismal and gray. So people move here thinking that they come here. Some people move here just for how green it is, only to discover that, oh, it's green because it's raining all the time. And then they move back. Mm, where do you go? I'm sure I speak a lot more efficiently than you do. And I'll bet I'm a better speaker than you are. Just because someone struggles to find a word or two because, this is YouTube. I usually am very careful with my wording because of YouTube. Or, you could even have a brain fart. That doesn't mean you're stupid. But it's like, people who create videos, they get to edit out any stumbling in their speech. They get to, you know, eh, whittle it down till they sound perfect. Now, this is a live stream. This is me being vulnerable and human with you. I'm a much better speaker than you are, more than likely, because more people than not tell me that I'm a good speaker, and I'm not around a bunch of yes people. They criticize me plenty for other things, or have, I should say.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying to let my hair grow out. It's taken a little while. No, no, it seems to plateau at this point. Hmm. John chapter 3, verse 16? Sure. I have my Bible right here, so I'll do that. I'll read this one. It is getting to be a little late, so I will end the live stream soon, but yeah, let's read that. John chapter 3, verse 16. So, yeah, I have it highlighted already. For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have eternal life. Oh, sheesh, I wish I had a place to put things. Zero to hero. Thank you, Joe Chung. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. Yep. I've been clean for 10 years. Recovery is life. Absolutely, Ronster. We need people like you on my channel, I always say. Because we show people that we do recover. We prove the naysayers wrong. And I love that. Uh, it's crazy because if I saw someone who was, fighting the good fight and striving to better themselves and get clean or stay clean, I'd be rooting for them. I'd be praising them. I'd be congratulating them. It's strange to me that some people will see someone who's striving for success and try to bring them down. I don't get that. I really don't. You know. Yeah, some people are just super, super insecure. I think that's what it is. It's insecurity. We all deserve a chance at a good, fulfilling life. We shouldn't be stuck in the past, and we shouldn't. We are redeemable. And also, just because you are an addict or were an addict does not mean you were ever a bad person. Anyone can become an addict. Anyone. Someone told me the story about a guy. I forget who told me. Actually, I think it was a teacher in one of my classes. But oh no, no, okay, no, it would have made more sense if this came from one of my counselors during a meeting. But this guy worked as a physician, or he had a very high paying job where he was so very much respected. He had a gorgeous, gorgeous wife and a beautiful big house that, like, he had the kind of life that was enviable, that anyone would want. And somehow, I forget exactly how, I think he got into oh yeah, he got into some injury, couldn't afford, like the massive bills that piled up. Or they wouldn't give it to him, like, or they discontinued his medication, whatever opioid they put him on. So he resorted to street drugs. He resorted to doing meth, and he lost everything. He lost everything. Yeah, that ruins lives. It's no joke. And when someone's striving to put that behind them and better themselves, it should be commended, not shamed. Anyone can become an addict. You know how much alcohol ruins people's lives? Unbelievable. Like I mean, the heroin was really, there was a honeymoon phase. And then after I started injecting, things really went downhill. That's when I really hit rock bottom. Then, when my best friend passed away, I started drinking to try to substitute it when I was trying to quit that, or I'd get relapse back on the heroin and drink every now and then at the same time. Those were the only times I ever OD'd. The only times I was close to dying was when I got blackout drunk. I'm glad I'm not doing that anymore, man. I nearly ended me. So close. Yeah. I'm fucking lucky. Lucky ducky. I'm just laughing because I just said Ducky, and somebody said that Ariana Grande looks like Ducky from the Land Before Time, and now I can't get that out of my head. Yo, I mean, it's so uncanny. Yeah, I mean, we do bad things. A lot of us do bad things when we're addicts, you know. And there's a lot of people steal when they're addicts. Yeah, it's some people will even stab someone over a deal gone wrong. Yeah, it's a terrible dark world. But that does not mean that that's you. That does not mean that you can't change. That does not mean that you're irredeemable. That does not mean you're a bad human. That does not mean you're a bad person. Ever. Is the mentality of people who come to a recovery and addiction stream that choose to attack you, whether it be something you said or a political belief. That mentality is childish. Exactly, exactly. Do they really think they're going to change people's minds by insulting them? Super petulant. You have a good night, DTM. Hi there, Joshua. How are you doing? Yeah, I mean, and I could go into, hey, Warren. Yeah, and I mean, I could go into detail, but man, I've repeated that story so many times, and it's a long story. And I've got to say, the more I repeat that story, the more the more tired I get every time I tell it. I get really fatigued having to repeat that story. In fact, I'm probably gonna add it to my description. Just in case people would like to know anything about any war stories I have. I can share it, but doesn't have to be as bloody. Doesn't have to be so dark. I mean, it is dark. It is what it is, but I'm just saying, I'll try to make it acceptable to YouTube standards. Yeah, you gotta be careful about what you say here. I mean, my videos are adult only, of course, but yeah, I would hate to have my videos taken down just because of a word. I saw meth as a solution for something I was born with, narcolepsy type 1. Now I take a $500 pill every day. Yeah, you see? You see? That's a perfect example of the fact that anyone can become an addict. And I feel really sorry for people who have to be put on some pain management medications. They can't afford it anymore, so they have to resort to anything to alleviate the pain. People, feel like people are lacking in empathy and compassion these days, and they expect for everybody to think the same way. It's ridiculous. Who dat? Who dat? Who dat? Who dat? Dat. Motherfucker. 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 Rock bottom is the foundation on which I rebuilt my life. Same. And good for you. I've been getting blacked out drunk the last couple of days. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that. That's I yeah, I hope I don't do that again. I can see myself like if I were to find a pint on the table, being really tempted. Danger, 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 danger. That's what I say, it's danger. It's just danger, 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 as Steve Irwin would say. Danger. So much dying. Stop. Do you know the story of the voice actor that played Ducky? Yeah, I do. It's very sad. It's very sad. Apparently, I think her dad shot and ended both her and her mother. Right? Yeah, she's just a little girl. Yeah, I remember that. That's very sad. She also was the voice actor for the little girl in All Dogs Go to Heaven. And actually, that one scene where she sang goodbye to Charlie the dog, voiced by Burt Reynolds, he's that crack um in his voice was real because she was gone at that point, and so they had to, you know, copy and paste certain, bits and pieces to create that whole scene with her actual voice, right? And he was actually saying goodbye to her in that scene because she was gone at that point. It's really sad. Anytime I see that scene, I'm aware of that. It makes me cry. That's an underrated movie, by the way. I love Don Bluth. He's one of my favorite animators for sure. Mhm. Hi. What's that? I'm just browsing and live streaming. How are you doing? What? Oh, you're funny. 0 to hero. Don't ask. Don't even ask. Can't help myself. I'm not from the country at all. I've never lived in the country. Oh, I'm good, Johnny. I just had dinner. Yep, thank you though. Yes, indeed. Well, I think I'm gonna end it at around 9 o'clock, meaning 4 minutes. You're gonna go to a support meeting tomorrow. Good for you, Luvon. And good luck. Thank you for the opinion on the opioid blocker Joe Rogan mentioned. I haven't listened to Joe Rogan in a long time, and I have not looked into that. Thank you for the donation, man. Yeah, I should check into that though. That's opioid blocker that Joe Rogan mentioned, huh? I've never heard of that. I'll look into that after this live stream. Oh, thank you. Woohoo! Oh, bounce off my hands. Oh, so let's see what our fortune is. Oh, it broke. That means it's not gonna come through. Find release from your cares. Have a good time. Hey, that's not bad advice. Hmm. Ibogaine. Is that the one he's talking about? Okay. Yeah, dude, I don't think I'd be able to get my hands on that stuff. That sounds like it'd be really hard to get your hands on. Thank you, pastry. The fact that you have that notion that I look like someone who'd stab someone with a pair of scissors just goes to show how unhinged you are. So you're old enough to remember that? Okay, respect. It took 20 years to admit I have a problem. Yeah, it can be rough. We can really justify our habits, normalize them, excuse them in any way, shape, or form. That's easy. I can see why that would be an issue for 20 years. That can happen to anybody.
You have a great night too, Luvang. Hey, my Rago. No, you don't have to apologize, Rhonda. I've answered that question a few times, and I just didn't see yours. I was a heroin addict for 6 years, and I've been clean for 3 years. I have a bad habit to say yes to everything. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. I have a hard time saying no to a lot. Have I been to Rhode Island? No, I haven't. Thank you for your content. Well, thank you, Diltron. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. Bad habit to travel a lot, does that count? No, I wouldn't say so. Yo, I don't know what would happen. I have to have Shando, my dog, with me. And I'm just thinking, like, I feel like putting him in cargo would just be a disaster. Poor thing would be scared out of his mind. I couldn't do that. The only place I've ever been to abroad was Berlin. But man, I wouldn't be able to enjoy myself worrying about Shando. I wouldn't be able to. And I really don't have anyone who can consistently watch over him and make sure he doesn't escape the house to go looking for me, which he would do. And that dog is way too damn attached to me, man. I wouldn't want to endanger him that way. I love him too much. He's my sweetheart. He's my boy. My eyes are a crazy shade. They're just like a grayish blue. Sleep tight, don't let the bed bugs bite. Yeah. Night, y'alls. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Sleep good. Hey, you know what? Yeah, I'm about to end the live stream soon too. Me too, but more like 20 years clean now, a year. You look amazing, girl. Thank you, Rhonda. I appreciate that. And yes, you're always welcome to my channel. Sorry I missed your question there. You're always welcome. Berlin was good, man. It was fun. You know, it was August and they had ice cream on every corner. I had black sesame ice cream and green tea and ooh, that carrot cake was really good. The carrot cake ice cream. And they had a rum raisin ice cream. That one was the best. Oh my goodness. That was so good. Um yeah, they have a great nightlife. I enjoyed it. Except I went with a class for the first 10 days. We went all around Berlin, walked a lot. Um Visited a few art museums, went to some restaurants, learned about the Berlin Wall, stayed in a hotel right next to the Berlin Wall. And then when the class left, I stayed in Berlin for like 2 weeks, I think, by myself. Except that I moved from that hotel to a hostel where I stayed. There were like two bunk beds, and I stayed with like three. They're all dudes, but none of them ever harmed me. None of them ever harassed me. They were all very chill. There was one guy from Ireland who had a really thick accent, who was always really nice to me. We'd sit outside the place and have coffee and stuff. It was like a Scottish breakfast hostel, themed hostel, you know? I'll bet that's why that Irish guy stayed there because it was like close to home, you know? It had like a Scottish or like English kind of Scottish or Irish vibe to it.
And when it was like 3 a.m., I couldn't sleep, so I got onto a streetcar and went to this club, to this rave called the Matrix. I had never been clubbing before in my life since then, and honestly, I wasn't even drinking really. I mean, every now and then. The first day we certainly had drinks because the whole class we're all getting free drinks as we're going along, and public drinking isn't illegal there. So so yeah, and that was before I ever had trouble with alcohol. So we had fun there. Um yeah, it was a lot of fun. We learned a lot. When I was on my own, I visited the what was that artist? I really like her. And she's oh, Katakovitz. I visited the Katakovitz Museum. Her work is very intense. I love it. Um, I love her style. Stay clean from that hard stuff. You have a crazy beautiful face. Well, thank you. Yeah, I don't intend to ever go back to that. I used to have perfect teeth. Now they're quite eroded. And that could be due to several factors, but mostly I think it's the heroin that really did it. It's like you don't ever feel like showering when you're doing heroin. You don't feel like brushing your teeth or doing anything. It's terrible. It's also the fact that I had an eating disorder for a while, and that definitely can wreak havoc on your teeth. Cigarettes. And I have nothing against coffee. I love coffee and I drink coffee. It's good for your liver, but I can see that that could also be bad for your teeth in excess, you know. So I try to do what I can to take care of myself now. Zero to hero. Do I like German beer? Yeah, well, I had one beer. I'm more of a I like their white wine a lot. I've never been a beer fan, honestly, but I had some good Riesling while I was there, and some good white wines. They're really good with their white wine as well. Fun stuff. Hmm. I worked a dual diagnosis patient, substance use plus mental illness in New York and Rhode Island. Well, that's commendable, man. Nice. Teeth are health reflectors, but some people are genetically blessed. Well, that's true. And I do think that my teeth would be a lot worse if I weren't genetically blessed in that regard. I mean, we got some good teeth, dental genes here, but yeah, I mean, I have regrets, man. Not only that, but I'll bet they still can't find a vein in my arm. Last time they drew blood, they had to go for my feet because over the course of the entire week, I kept coming back and they used an ultrasound machine on my arm, still couldn't find it. Drink some water and come back. Then I drink copious amounts of water, but they still couldn't find a damn vein. It was very, I mean, it made it so that the nurse who was trying to draw my blood, she also was a heroin addict at some point in her life, and she knew what I was going through. And when I started crying, because it was just on and on and on and no success, and just jabbing me here and there and not being able to get anything. And I just broke down. And then she broke down crying. And it was very intense. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Wouldn't even wish it on Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel is nasty. So impressive, you girl. Believe me, I know how hard it was for you, and you did it. Thank you, Rhonda. I mean, you have no idea what that means to me. You either have good teeth or good gums. Both good is rare. Yeah, a lot of us neglect our gums. You know, don't give our gums enough care for sure, for sure. I bet it hurts going through the feet. Well, yeah, because the skin is super thin and it's like a needle against bone. But that pain was nothing compared to the relief I felt when I saw the blood flowing through the tube with ease, finally, after a week of trying, you know? That was just sheer and utter relief. Mhm. Yeah, I was so relieved. Mhm. Alien ant farm or MJ? You mean Michael Jackson? What? Yeah. Yo, what's up? During medical assistance training when you had to find a vein, during medical assistant training when you had to find a vein, so many people fainted because I didn't eat anything before the class started. Sheesh. What flavor is it? It's apple watermelon. Honestly, I'm not. It doesn't even taste like apple. I'm not a huge fan. Not a big giant fan of it. It's more like the hand to mouth motion and the smoke or the steam that comes out, the plume that comes out that's kind of addicting to me. Wish they could find an equivalence that's helps with the addiction. I don't know, man, because that's the addiction itself. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. No, that's amazing. You did it. Wow, you didn't know how strong you are. Thank you. No, a lot of things in this life give me strength, you know. When I started injecting, it really started to go downhill. And when I couldn't find any veins in my arms, I started going to my hands. And I could have made it so that I could never paint again. You know, I didn't want to lose my painting. I didn't want to lose my friends and my family. I wanted to be able to, have a job. I was invited back to my job before the boss had a heart attack eventually, minor heart attack. He's still here, but he had to give it over to one of my coworkers who just kind of threw in the towel 4 months later, and now that place is closed down. But it was so nice because I was able to take Shando there. He loved going to the cafe with me and chilling out and greeting the customers and people. Everybody loves Shando. Everybody loves Shando. La 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 la. La 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 la. Here in New Jersey, you better be a dim or they hate you. Yeah, I'll bet. Same, same with Portland. I mean, I've run into a few people who are conservative there, and who were really respectful towards me, even when I was liberal. We always were able to agree to disagree and respect each other's opinions. No name calling whatsoever on my end or on their end. Um, you know, but yeah, I mean, you got to kind of stay low and be quiet. Otherwise, you'll get a lot of hate all around you. When there's a meeting place right next to the cafe where I worked, and there were people down there who would come to the cafe and order coffee. There's this one lady who was always so nice to me, so flowery. And then as soon as she found out I voted for Trump, she would come up as we'd run into each other on the street, and she'd come up and say hi to my dog and be all sickly sweet friendly to my dog, like, "Oh, hi, Shando," but act like I don't exist. That's who these people are. They're fake, two-faced, two-faced, McNasty. I just don't like fakeness. I don't like fake people. And who would? Do you think anyone's going to be full of remorse once they learn that everything that they've been propagating has all been lies, lies, lies? No. They'll just keep reinforcing those lies. You know? They'll be in just complete denial. Or they could just admit that that they're wrong about all these lies that have been spread about Trump. We're done. We're done. Enough's enough. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of lying about people. Thank you. I was really addicted to stag. I was county line gang in England and was smoking high purity and a habit of a teeth. Sorry. I got in deep breathing, kilos up with hammers. God saved my life. Well, good for you, Warren. I'm glad you're here. Did you know that Annie, Are You Okay came from CPR training? The dummy is called Annie. I had no idea. That's awesome. I want cheesecake flavored vape. Yeah, that sounds good. That actually sounds good. Having an honest and lifelong love is so important. Forget looks and physical features. Yeah, I agree. Looks don't last forever. Yeah. Mm. What does anyone think of the whole beige aesthetic that's been really popular, what do you think of that? Do you guys like all the beige we've been getting? Anybody like the beige aesthetic? Always look at the ingredients of your matcha. If it has this sencha, what's the main ingredient? Don't purchase. That's not the real deal. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't bought matcha in such a long time though, but I'll keep that in mind. I should look into that a little more. I can see that being a huge scam. Well, health crazes become scammy. Like when turmeric used to be affordable and then it became really expensive. Yeah. No, I want someone to love me for who I am. Physical appearance be damned. I mean, of course, I'm gonna try to look my best and present myself, but but yeah, I mean, that goes without saying. I never try to just
get with someone by selling myself like that, like selling my looks. It's about authenticity and being real, and that way it'll last. They'll stay with you because they love you for who you are, not what you are. What made me want to shoot up? Well, it didn't start like that, and I did not come into it premeditating it. I did not wake up one day and decide, "Hey, I want to shoot up." No, actually, I a lot of painful things happened in my life, and then I moved 3 times, and then I moved into student housing when I was going to college, and I invited the wrong people into my place. They offered me something that was on some foil, and I was complaining about social anxiety, so they said, "This will help," and then I did that. I started out chasing the dragon, and I didn't even know that was heroin at the time. So I chased the dragon, and then after that, I was snorting it for 3 years. I was always snorting it up my nose for 3 years. And then 3 years later, in 2020, I started injecting it because I could not feel any of the effects anymore, and I was wasting it. So I started injecting it, and I'm saying that that's when it all went downhill. I did not one day wake up and decide to do that. It was never premeditated. I'm not saying that it's that I did make a decision or that that it's not all on me, the fact that I did that, but it was never premeditated. No one ever premeditates that sort of thing. No one just decides to go do that on a whim. It's always more complicated than that, usually. Am I on Instagram? Yes, and in fact, it's pinned here in the comments in the chat. Anna.katrina.art. That's my Instagram. Hey, sorry I'm late. Just got off of work. It's a bad day just sitting in the parking lot trying to unwind. It would be easier just to go get them, go home right now. I hear you, man. Sorry, that's always a tempting dilemma. Thank you, Warren. You have nice eyes. Thank you. Why do conservatives agree to disagree, yet liberals can't hear other people's opinions? Exactly. I mean, that's why when I was liberal for like 10 years, I was able to have conservative friends and have good arguments with them without any disrespect. Could agree to disagree, no name calling. And then we would resume our other discussions on like music and philosophy and cool topics like that. But as soon as I started to lean conservative and vote for Trump, my cousin who had interrogated all my family members to see like and asking all my family members like who's voting for what so that she could determine whether or not to cancel them. As soon as she found out, she ostracized me while also telling me I'm a danger to my family, and and then so many others slandered me, called me names, called me transphobic, all this other bullshit that's not even true. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They're hypocrites. No, that's a very small person to do something like that. Yeah, absolutely. Heroin withdrawals, you feel like you are going to die, but Xanax withdrawals, you could possibly die. Yeah, same with alcohol withdrawal, you could possibly die. No one's ever died from heroin withdrawal, though, supposedly. Um,
Yeah, it certainly feels like you're gonna die. I knew someone who had heroin withdrawal in prison, and he bashed his head against the stone wall till it bled just to feel some sense of localized pain. Because it is so miserable. It's like it's a bone deep, leg thrashing, sweating through 5 layers of sheets, shitting out of both ends type of pain. You do not want that ever. Wouldn't wish that on anybody. You're so based. I love it. Well, thank you, Deltron. I appreciate that. Where am I from? I'm from the USA. They don't care at all. They want turmoil. Yeah, I agree. You usually poop while watching YouTube videos? Okay. Yeah, Sincha is just your standard regular old green tea. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. I liked this tea called Sincha Fukumushi. I always thought it was kind of like a cross between green tea and matcha. It's not as thin as regular green tea, not as thick as matcha, kind of in between. A little bit gritty. I actually really like it, but it shouldn't be that expensive, and they shouldn't be disguising it as matcha. Absolutely, girl. Me too. Yes. TDS leads to more crazy obstacles for Trump to achieve for all of us. Yeah. Art cannot be defined exactly. Exactly. But oftentimes you can tell whether brush strokes are just slapstick or whether they're intentional, whether they're assured, you know. Like a lot of artists, great artists, have made statements regarding that. Like that guy who set up that urinal on the wall of the museum. What was his name? I'm forgetting what his name was. Or when Pablo Picasso basically put something, some shitty little doodle on a receipt and sold it for like $1 million. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to define what art is, but you shouldn't go to museums asking what it is because with them, it's all about cl- class, status, and other things. It's the zeitgeist. The zeitgeist. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and there are various different styles of art. I mean, it helps to know about composition and how to layer your your paint. You want to apply the fat over lean rule, otherwise the thicker layers will dry slowly and the thin layer on top will start to crack. You don't want that. There are rules. There are systems in place, otherwise your work won't turn out all that nice. You know, color theory. You don't want it to be muddy, but it's also kind of like, someone might like that. Might feel like, oh yeah, they for some reason they think that's has a good, an appealing aesthetic. So I mean, it's hard to say. That's hard to pinpoint. Don't start off smooth criminal. Can't. Raining men. Oh, thank you guys. I've never had Xanax withdrawal. I've taken Xanax before. Someone gave me a Xanax when I was going through heroin withdrawal and helped me to the first or second attempt during the first or second attempt or time that I went cold turkey or I went cold turkey the last time I got off of it. I didn't even have Suboxone. I didn't get on that until like after a week of that, and then we went to the doctor to get that all taken care of so I wouldn't crave it. But but yeah, it's good to be prepared, you know. Have meals at hand that you can eat that won't make you sick. The only thing I was able to eat when going through heroin withdrawal was applesauce, and I got down to like 95 pounds. It was ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, that was danger. Danger, danger, danger. Danger, danger, danger. Danger. Oh my gosh, it's danger, danger, danger. Don't even ask, man. It's the crocodile hunter. Do you think you could like push your hair back through the middle? Well, I'm about to end the live stream soon. I said I would do that at 9 o'clock. It's always that way. Thank you, John Johnson. I appreciate the donation, man. Sure, art has a definition, but try to get somebody to define what their art is a hard mission. Yeah. But it's got to be assured. It's got, it can't be like it's hard to explain. It really is, but it, it has to look assured and intentional. If you know what I mean, regarding color theory, line work, composition. A lot of artists follow the golden ratio. Like for instance, an example is that if you're creating a landscape painting, right? You want for the main subject, or let's say the mountain, to take up either 2/3 or 1/3 of the painting. You never want for that mountain, which is the subject of the painting in this case, to be smack dab in the middle of the canvas. Otherwise, it leaves you nowhere for your eyes to wander around the painting. It's intrusive. It's boring. Whereas it's different with portraits, where you usually have the subject right in the middle. There are rules to painting. I mean,
there might be some valid ways to go against that rule, and but paintings like that, they have to have some rhythm. There has to be some dynamism. That's why a lot of good paintings have diagonal compositions to express emotion. Just look at the art of the Baroque era. That's when art began to become way more expressive. During the Renaissance, it was all about the geometry and the ideal proportions and line work. And eventually it became about expression and impression, expressing your impressions of things. And yeah, and conveying a story. It's hard to explain. Or it became more about color during the expressionist era or the impressionist era. It became more about color, less about pristine mathematical precision in the line work, linear perspective and all that. But I mean, it's best to exercise both of those concepts when painting. You know, study linear perspective and line work and getting all that technical stuff down, and then practice color theory and keep practicing. Enjoy it, whether you suck or not, and you'll become a better artist. You'll get better and better. I promise. Sorry. Oh, no, 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 no. Well, so Sweet Caroline, bum bum bum. Brr, 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 brr. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the donations, man. Hey, thank you, Diltron. Thank you so much for your help. I think it's funny that I was asking about art as a computer server, not art. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know anything about that as a computer server. And I'm not that computer savvy. I wish I had taken more classes on how to use computers efficiently and uh, software and all that. It would have been helpful. Thank you, Diltron. It led to a great discussion. Oh, I love talking about art on my channel. It's one of those things that I just love talking about. I'm kind of a geek when it comes to art and art history. Can I show a piece of my art? Absolutely, John. It's like a log. It's all stacked up around it. Oh, here's one. I'll show you a watercolor and an oil paint that I really like here. Um, I have John Stein. Oops, frames are kind of messed up. John Steinbeck watercolor on paper. Right? And I'll show you a portrait of my best friend on my wall over here. This is oil on panel. That was my best friend, who he did pass away in 2021. I painted this in 2017. This is my best friend, oil on panel. I really likes how that one turned out. It's one of my favorites. Very beautiful. Oops. Mm, thank you. Thank you, Diltron. I mean, seriously, that's what you have to say. I can do better. What a sad little person you are. Yeah, that person who said I can do better. I was wondering if they were just joking now, man. Like, being sarcastic. I don't know. Yeah. Sketching is always nice, and bringing your sketchbook, you can bring it everywhere with you. Bet you could paint the cover from The Long Goodbye with ease. Would suit your style. The Long Goodbye. Uh, at first I thought, is that referring to the fact that it takes me a long time to say goodbye on my live stream, or conveying that, or is that actually something I've never heard of? The Long Goodbye. Oh, The Long Goodbye is 1973 film. I've never seen that. Hmm. Looks good though. Yeah. The best art seems to come from emotional pain. A lot of it does. I mean, if you studied art history, you'd see that a lot of art comes from hard times. Like, so much good art came from the French Revolution, for instance. It's that's one of the best. That was one of the best ways for me to learn about history. With in the context of the art and everything else around it. Only rich people can afford to do art and make money off of it. I don't agree with that. That's not true. I'm poor as heck, and I sell commissions on here a lot. I'm working on 2 commissions right now. That doesn't make me rich. In fact, most artists are poor. That's not true at all. That is not true. Only rich people can be artists. That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. Yeah, FAI art. It's not real art. Oil painting, it's not so simple as we could see in other styles. Yeah. I mean, there's layers and layers. I mean, an oil painting can take years to create. It's not as simple as some of this, some people think. It's like they're the kinds of people who, when they see an artist working on something and they just started the first layer, they're like, "Oh, you're doing it wrong." Like, what do you know, genius? Nothing. You're making a fool of yourself. In fact, mm-mm. Yeah, annoying. Art can drain a person emotionally. I find the only time I'm drained by art is when I'm not doing it. If I let myself get rusty, oftentimes it's funny though, because like when I'm in a happy place in my life, when I'm feeling happy and upbeat, I actually feel like painting a lot. But when I'm super sad and down in the dumps and depressed, I don't feel like doing anything. I mean, there's all the setup, like especially if oil painting, there's so much setup and cleanup. I don't feel like doing that when I'm depressed at all. I don't feel like getting sitting upright and doing stuff. But it sure does make me feel better when I do. How old am I? I'm 35. Yeah, watercolor. Watercolor, I like watercolor a lot too because I mean, it's not my favorite medium. It's one of my favorites. I'd say my favorite medium is oil painting, even though it the setup and cleanup is more difficult, but or just cumbersome or tedious. But with watercolor, it's cool because it's easier to transport. It's easier to clean up, and yeah, I mean it's different. But you can't with the watercolor, you can't be too precious about it, but you can't be too spontaneous about it. You can't obsess over one little area too much, otherwise you're gonna end up ripping a hole through the paper by overdoing it. You gotta be careful, punctilious with the watercolor application. Where's the cool pink glasses? I don't know. Over here, so there we go. Hello. It's 10 o'clock, guys. I still have some fortune cookies. You do nothing. You know nothing. Wow. I taught myself to paint with watercolor about 10 years ago. Yeah, you know what? I took one watercolor class, painting class, and I don't even think I really needed. I mean, they did teach me a few good techniques like how to create this medium that you apply to any canvas surface to create this specific painting surface over canvas that you can where you can apply watercolor to canvas. You'd use rabbit skin glue and some other materials. I have those materials. I forgot how to make it, but it involves having a pot and a stove. Got to cook it. But yeah, this is one of my watercolors. I did this in 2016 when I lived with my grandma, and that was before I took a single class in watercolor, and it's my favorite one. So yeah, I mean, if you could just go to YouTube and look up tutorials on how to do that and gain just as much knowledge and inspiration as you would, if not more, than a classroom. In fact, the teacher that taught that class was not all that nice anyway. She was a like radical feminist, very just kind of full of herself. There was one class where half the class was taken up by her showing us a slideshow of her art and and it was obvious that she was trying to seek validation from everybody. Yeah, it's just got to be careful about who your teachers are too. Because I've had great art teachers who always taught me how to think outside the box, and they never bullshitted me. And then there are and then there are teachers who are just trying to push an agenda. Yeah, I mean, there's this one teacher where unless you were like, unless your art was radical feminism all the time, and she would treat you like crap or ignore you. She was really mean to men in the class, and there were very few men in the class, but she was really mean to the white men specifically in our class. I've told this story, but we were doing self portraits one time, and he created the self portrait of himself, which we all sat around the room to critique everybody's artwork. But his self portrait was him as a cowboy overlooking a beautiful landscape and a sunset, right? And her response to that was, "Oh, so you're just like this white man colonizing the land, I see." It's like, wow, wow, man. Garbage, woke garbage. Have I ever modeled for TV or movies? You'd be extremely successful. No, I haven't. I have not. I mean, when it comes to art or even writing, even writing a book, you'll be rejected again and again and again. It's not that your art is bad so much as, I mean, I've tried to sign up for galleries before and they didn't accept my work. And it's not because my art's bad. It's because they're trying to curate something specific. They're looking for something that's gonna go with their theme, go with their gallery. It doesn't mean your art is bad, you know? They're looking for a theme. They're looking for a specific look. That's it all has to be cohesive in their little show, for their little gallery showing. With and I mean books, I mean writing books, you can't base your success off of one rejection. Lucy Maud Montgomery, who wrote the Anne of Green Gables books, her book Anne of Green Gables stayed up in her closet for years because she became so discouraged by the rejection. She was constantly rejected. Now, granted, this was like what, the Victorian era. She was a woman. Need I say more? But eventually, someone saw her genius, and it became a classic that people still remember and talk about. You got to find the right person or agent or whoever to advocate you. I sell a lot of stuff through Etsy on eBay. I need to look into that. I have some stuff I need to sell on eBay too. I learned tonight that life doesn't become overwhelming from afflictions. It's the it's that way because one doesn't realize or acknowledge ways that make life easier. I agree. I agree. Whatever situation I'm in, I'm gonna try to make life a little bit easier for me if I can. What can I do in this moment to improve the situation? What am I in control of? You know, just knowing you have control over something in a situation makes things a lot better. Try building your own web page and post a link to it. I've done that before, but at the time, I just did not have enough people following my channel for the longest time, and it was just I had to pay for it, so it wasn't really helping me financially. But now it might be a good idea. I mean, this has been a great way for me to get commissions and sell my art. I just posted an acrylic painting that I did maybe a month ago. I'll have to do more. Well, I hope you do, man. By the way, my Discord is pinned in the chat here. If you want, I would love to see some of your artwork if you'd like to share that with me via Discord. Mm. I mean, I didn't go to art school. I learned by drawing as a small child. It just grew from there, not knocking people for going to art school. Plenty of people I know have. I just couldn't never have the money. Yeah. No, I didn't have to go to art school. I mean, same. I've been drawing and sketching since I was a little kid. There are drawings in my mom's textbooks, little cat drawings for me when I was 3 years old. You know, I mean, that's the thing. I love doing it, so I keep doing it. You know, it's the one thing I love to do. So actually, my friend Adrian that I painted up there was the one who persuaded me to go to school for art just to get connections and to learn more of the technical aspects and all that. You know, and some things were good and helpful, and but for the most part, I don't think I needed it. You know, I could have saved a lot of money and just I could have looked up just tutorials and befriended other artists or I mean I'm not talking to any of those people anymore from college. And I'm sure that a lot of them don't like me because I voted for Trump now. I'm absolutely certain of that. They used to talk to me, now they don't. It is what it is. I'd rather lose a few fake friends than forfeit my integrity any day. Nice. Good for you, Matthew. Or Matt Torrance. Oh, thank you, Lid Mag. I started drawing Garfield comic strips. That was the first thing that got me started. Nice. I remember trying to make Harry Potter comics when I was a kid. I need an advice. I've been dating a single mom for a while. Matter of fact, I don't have no kids from my own. I'm not sure should I continue with the relationship or just leave it alone. I don't know the dynamic. I don't know either of you. I mean, if you guys get along, then I think you should try to make it work. If you have chemistry, you should try to make it work, man. If you're willing to be not good and supportive to her, then and if she's good to you, then I think you should keep going, man. Just you see how it goes. You don't have to put all your eggs in one basket. You don't have to make any decisions that are like you don't have to get married right away. Just see how it goes. See how it all pans out, if you will. And I really wish you the best. You don't even see my room, bitch. You don't even see my room. What the heck? What the hell, Lois? Doesn't make any sense. Actually, my room is pretty clean. I just don't have a damn place to put things anywhere. I don't have any place to put things right now. I got myself a door organizer and little places to put my office supplies and all that. It's really nowhere for me to put anything. I got so much art supplies and stuff. I got books. I've got I've got clothes I have to get rid of. Got way too much shit. Screw. Screw. You. Hey, hey, Lois. 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 Hello, Lois. Hello, Lois. Don't even ask. Smooth criminal. Just imagine Donald Duck saying that to you. Funny, I was practicing Alien Ant Farm Smooth Criminal on guitar today. Really? That's been kind of stuck in my head. I was channeling Donald Duck. Well, if it's been 4 years and he's still getting along with you, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Mm. Aw. After 4 years, they either love you or they hate you. I think that's a thing you and her need to deal with alone. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about what's going on, the dynamic, I don't know her, I don't know you. Um, I'm not, I'm not like a marriage counselor. I don't give people advice on that. This is a channel first and foremost about addiction. Huh? I don't, I've never been married. Hell no. Yeah, we've got pretty much equal parts blue eyes and green eyes in my family. Mm. Anywho, guys, yep, I'm gonna end the live stream now. Okay. So thank you guys for coming to my live stream. I appreciate it. All right. Thank you. God bless you too. Thank you, Pastry. Thank you, Fixa. Thank you, Kilroy. Thank you, Heather. You're still here. Thank you, Diltron. Thank you, thank you, Caesar. And thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Deltron. If I haven't mentioned, I think I did mention you. Um, and who is that other one? Now I'm spacing the name. Sorry, I'm not even good at names anyway, but I just really want to thank you guys for coming to my live stream tonight. It's much appreciated. Oh gosh, what was her name? It's at the very tip of my memory, but hopefully she'll come back. Um, all right. Thanks, guys, and I'll see you next time, okay? Thank you, Barstein. Really appreciate you guys. Have a good night, okay?